You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hey, this is Tiffany Boyle, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Emerge Magazine, the new voice of business. Here inviting you to come out to celebrate with us at the Emerge premiere, May 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the City Club of Washington, D.C., located at 555 13th Street Northwest, Columbia Square. Again, that's May 29th in Washington, D.C. For more information, visit www.emergepremiere.com.
Hi, this is Mark Staggers, and I'm an R&B recording artist with Expansion Records. And my new CD is out called Dreamcatcher. Please check it out on iTunes. And I'm here tonight with the one and only Jerry Royce Live Worldwide.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Collins.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Ramon Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.author.BillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live Worldwide, and you're listening to episode 344 with Dreamcatcher. That's right. Tonight we got Mark Stagger in the house. He has a new release called Dreamcatcher, brand new CD with 10 songs. He's an R&B recording artist with Expansion Records. But before we bring him on and talk to him, find out how you can get this wonderful CD, let's listen to a message from our sponsor, Gerald Manuel.
Hi, if you're struggling with your relationship or you just can't seem to find the right one, author Gerald Manuel has written an enlightening new book entitled How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. You may order order a copy today from Amazon.com or at BarnesandNoble.com. This book is sure to answer many of the questions you may have. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, before we read Mr. Mark Staggers' bio, let's listen to one of his cuts called So Amazing by Mark Staggers. Staggers. And his bio reads, Mark Staggers was born in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, and graduated from Bowie State University. During his college years, he also studied music, and after graduating from college, he continued to study voice under the direction of the world-renowned soprano Nelda Orman, whom was pivotal in him recognizing his true singing talent and encouraging the confidence he needed to pursue a singing career. The silky voice of Mark Staggers compared to that of the late legendary Luther Vandross. Fully embracing the similarities, Staggers' third album, Dreamcatcher, features a cover of the Vandross classic, So Amazing. You just heard that. It's testament to the singer's artistic vision and the great songwriting and arranging skills of his brother and producer Reginald Staggers. This album includes the new single, Bring Me Back, the seductive soul of Come On Baby, and confident and the sultry I Want to Spend My Life With You, released by Expansion Records. I've sung in church for many years, something which I really enjoyed doing, but when I started singing outside the church, I found many people suggesting I sound like Luther Vandross. After all, in my book, there's high praise indeed. Even after releasing my debut album, Key to My Heart, in comparison begins, says the proud Staggers. In 2011, Mark released a summertime single entitled Soul Summer Love that reached number 13 on the U.S. jazz charts and still continues to be played in regular rotation on a number of U.S. stations. Soul Summer Love is included in Mark's album Key to My Heart, which features talented artists like composer and arranger John Studdard, well-renowned saxophonist Kirk Whalum, and a versatile soprano Dory Johnson, who appeared in American Idol. All right, if you want to book Mark, you can contact his management company, his publicist, X Entertainment Management. You can find him on Facebook, and you can go out to his record label, expansionrecords.com, or Mark's website at www.markstaggers.com. And of course, you can get him at Facebook and Twitter. All right, that'd be Mark Stagg for Twitter. All right, Mark, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Welcome to Jerry Royce Live. What's going on?
Well, thank you, Jerry. Man, I'm good, brother. How you doing?
Awesome, man. Awesome, man. And, man, you got a beautiful voice, man. You do sound a lot like Luther, man. I know you get a lot of requests to do weddings. Probably how you pay the lights. Keep the lights on, huh?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
You know, I've been blessed to be able to carry a few notes in a bucket, so yeah, it's been good. You know, I'm blessed, my friend. But I really appreciate you having me on your show, man. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure, man. Glad to have you on, man. I always enjoy having musicians and producers and composers, man, because there's just so much to understand about the music industry. A lot of us non-singers don't know that much about it. But, for the past year, I've been having, some really, really good, performers on, recording artists, and, I'm getting an opportunity to get to learn the industry a little bit and, understand the challenges that you guys are up against. And we're going to talk to you, and we get a chance to talk to you, and you can tell us, some of the highs and the lows of the industry, and a lot of young people listen to the show and be able to help them out. So to start the show off, my first question is always, who is Mark Staggers?
Well, Mark Staggers, as you said, was born in Washington, D.C., graduate of Bowie State University. And, Jerry, I wasn't born as one of these people that grew up singing. I didn't come from a musical family. It was something that I kind of, stumbled into and was encouraged by, my dad, who was involved in ministry, and through his encouragement, I just began to make some attempts at singing. I didn't know what I was doing, and over time I've kind of, refined my craft. But, I'm an average guy. I'm no different than anybody else. God blesses us all in different ways, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to realize some of my dreams through music. So, just an ordinary guy who loves music, and just wants to continue to go as far as God will allow me.
Yeah, awesome, man, awesome. Now, I'm not too far from Washington, D.C. I spent the many days over there by Bowie State University and Howard University, chasing the parties down, So I know you had a good time in college, man. So did you have an opportunity to, to perform, while you were in school with some of those? Because I know they had some excellent, groups floating around the D.C. area.
I didn't, because I didn't think I had any musical talent in college. I studied, got my degree in accounting and that kind of thing, and didn't begin to really pursue music until after I got out of college. I took some voice lessons in college, but again, I was terrified. I didn't grow up a confident person, but I was terrified to be in front of people because, you're in music, or when you're talking or public speaking, as you're kind of laying yourself out there, and people kind of looking at you, all eyes on you, and that used to just terrify me, and just over time, I've been blessed to kind of conquer those fears, and now, it's not the big bad wolf that it felt like when I was growing up. So, I'm happy that I kind of went the path that I did, and I'm really enjoying it now.
Yeah, awesome, man. So what were you like, man, growing up in high school? I know middle school was the roughest for people. They couldn't wait to get out. But what was high school like for you, man?
High school was, my focus was on athletics in high school. I thought I was going to be the next basketball star, and then it wasn't God's plan. In my senior year, we switched coaches, and that changed the whole dynamic for me. And then I had to get serious about, what was I going to do for the rest of my life? And so, reality set in, and I had to put the pieces together and realize that I was going to have to work for a living. Sports wasn't going to be my out. So, but I made it through, and it's been good.
Yeah, good. So what happened, man? You no longer was hearing the announcer say, Staggers hits the buzzer and wins the game.
The roar of the crowd kind of got real quiet.
Reality sets in, man. I understand, man. Same thing here, man. With, injuries and not getting a chance to play because you don't fit the style of the coach. That can change. People don't realize, a lot of that has a lot to do with a lot of luck, really.
It does.
A lot of luck and being healthy, staying healthy.
You nailed it, my friend. In the blink of an eye, your life can change, when it comes to playing sports or athletics, and that's why you have to, if there's one thing I would tell anybody, you got to have something to fall back on. I had a cousin who played professional football for for the Steelers and for the Packers, and tore his Achilles. And after that, he was out of the league. So, things happen,
That's right. That's right. Same here. I got one playing in there now, but he's been bouncing around different teams because, his style of running doesn't always fit the ammo of that particular team, and then he plays a lot too. So he's been bouncing around. But yeah, so, it was good to finally have to face that reality sooner than later. And so, again, I was fortunate enough to buckle down and get serious about school and to get my degree and pursue other avenues in life. That's right. So are you holding down a accounting job by day, singing at night?
I am holding down a business development job by day and doing singing at night and weekends and various other times. And so, for me, at this stage, music is fun. It's my release. I'm pretty soon getting ready to go over to England next month to do some performing. And have had the opportunity to perform at Blues Alley and Bethesda Jazz and Blues Club. And so I've gotten to do a number of things, travel to different states. And so it's a release for me. It's the one thing that nobody can take from me. So, I truly enjoy it.
Yeah. Now, we're going to get a little bit into how you're using social media, because I know I've learned a lot about it. And when I first got back into podcasting, because I took some time off from podcasts, some good time off, almost 7 years. And when I returned, I ran into the famous songbird, jazz singer Lori Williams. She went to Hampton with my wife, very good friend, and she helped me, get my start back here. And she know a lot about social media, so we're gonna get a lot into that and see how you're using that to reach your audience. I know she's pretty, good about packing crowds at Blues Alley, that kind of thing. So we're gonna get in that a little bit so the young people understand how it's important to promote. Now, Mark, let me get you. We're gonna talk about the challenges too. Being a performer, working for yourself. You have to have a team. You have to put a team together. Who's on your team right now that's in your pocket right now that young people need to think about when they're doing this kind of thing?
The one thing, Axe Management is on my team. My brother's on my team. My family supports me, and people that care about me support me. But that's one of the reasons why I connected with Axe Management, Felicia Knight, is because you got to have somebody out there who's constantly beating the bushes on your behalf. It's one thing when you're trying to do it all yourself, but in this market, you have to understand there's so many artists out here who are competing for, the same airspace that you got to have somebody out there who can help to differentiate you, and you got to be different. If you're trying to sound exactly like the next artist and you are trying to create your own sound and be original, then you kind of fall into the same bucket as everybody else. And so, originality, creativity, and having good quality people around you makes all the difference in the world.
That's right. Now, Mark, let me get your opinion on this. Now, before the internet really, became the beast that it is right now, because I've been reading some things about what people predict is going to look like in 25. But right now, a lot of the government agencies, a lot of big corporations are trying to predict what 2025 is going to look like. It's the new thing now, forecasting that, that period. Because I think the internet is 25 years old right now, and they want to know what it's going to look like and what the playing field is like. And a lot of them believe that the playing field is going to be even better for independents like us, because it's like almost like free enterprise. But certain things do affect the way people spend their money, and also on that same note, consumers have an opportunity to choose what they want now, what they want to see, what they want to hear. Before, we was force-fed what the executives want the consumers to hear, know, and see. Now, like now that you're out there and you have the same, pretty much the same sound as Luther, and people love Luther. Now because they probably said, no, we don't want another Luther. That's probably what mainstream could have. Now, did you have an opportunity to go after mainstream, or you just said, no, I'm just going to do my own thing because of the internet and because of Felicia Knight?
No, I've had an opportunity. I mean, as we speak, my music is being played on a number of jazz stations, both nationally and internationally. Mm-hmm. And so, I've pursued the mainstream. I've done, various morning programs, and so I've pursued mainstream. I think what the internet does, Jerry, to your point, is it opens up a lot more opportunities for everybody. Where before, if you are going after traditional radio, it does require that either you know somebody, or you're going to buy advertising, or you're going to, you got to be connected to get your music in rotation. The internet now has made it so that everybody has access. CD Baby, iTunes, all these other avenues have allowed artists such as myself to have, a means to get our music out there so people can purchase it. Many, many years ago, if you didn't get it in a record store on consignment somewhere, nobody could buy it,
Right.
But now with the internet, everything is virtual. People can click a button and download a song, or buy a book or whatever, and so it just continues to open up and create access opportunities for the buying public, but also for the artists. It gives us a voice that we never had before.
Right. Now, what do you feel? Now, it's been a lot of noise out there about this group of artists that was assembled by Jay-Z. They just released a new platform called Tidal. Is that going to be accessible by people like you, independents? Will independents be able to get involved with a project like that, or that's all about those guys, all about that group of people, that mainstream?
I would think that probably starting with the top, and then it would probably open up. But the reality is that if you're out there and you're utilizing social media and you're doing, you can promote yourself. I mean, you can. Right. I mean, you said, well, how do you use social? I'm not an expert on it, but I know that you got to stay consistent. People got to continue to see your tweets and your Facebook, and you got to reach out to people, and you got to, it's a full-time effort, but I almost see kind of what he's doing almost like an iTunes situation. Maybe there's a different twist, but it's another means, getting all the artists together so that you can, people can access your music, or you can promote yourself, but it's not a new concept, He's probably, just because of his name, trying to capitalize and probably has a different appeal to attract, different types of people just because of who he is. But for an independent artist, it's still the same game. An independent artist, no matter what platform you're on, if people don't know you, they're not going to buy your music.
That's right. Sound as
so
good
it's
as you want.
a continuous marketing effort. Yeah.
That's right. So you feel like at this stage of the game, it's really important for independents to bring their A game, where before mainstream could just select an artist because they had the look and they can dance, and then they can say, well, we can manufacture the sound in the studio, and then we just get them some couple videos, and we can sell millions and millions of CDs. At that time, it was more like CDs. Now, I think consumers are a lot smarter than that, and they want, because our devices are so important to us. It's like video's not that important anymore, except for I think like I had a guy on last month, and he hasn't produced anything in a while, but his videos, he releases videos, and he has like 300,000 subscribers because the women were really going crazy over a couple pieces he released. He just was just having fun with the camera. It was nothing fancy, and he was mainstream at one time, and he got out the game, went into some other type of business. But he was able to make video work for him, which was YouTube. Now, can we find you on YouTube?
You can. I've got some videos out there. And actually, I did a video with Tico Wells. A lot of people remember him from the Five Heartbeats. He was choir boy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We did a remake of the Luther Vandross, Gregory Hines tune. So there's some music out there on YouTube that certainly you can find of some live performances I've done. I did a live performance recently in New Mexico for the jazz station down there. And so, yeah, I've got music out there and some live performances and different bands that I sing with from time to time. But, yeah, I'm utilizing that as well.
Yeah, because I noticed that I was out on the site today, and I noticed there was some guys that were in a radio studio singing. It was a podcast show, and someone was videotaping the guys rapping and singing and just having fun. Nobody was dancing. It was just good sound. And I'm thinking, okay, so what are the consumers asking for now, Mark? In your opinion, what are they at? What do they want? What they really want?
I think what consumers want is they like choice. They like to have the freedom to survey the territory and to pick and choose what they want. It's becoming more a la carte style out here. Where before, you were forced to buy a whole album. You're not forced to do that anymore. I can buy what I like, and I can surf the net, and I can go over here and look at this. I can go over here, and we like choice. We like options. We like, so I think it's becoming more of that kind of environment where we're not forced to do anything, but we have the freedom to kind of pick and choose.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you think that was dictated to us? Because, when I think about when it first got started, in my opinion, I thought Netflix started that revolution because they threw the covers up there on the screen, on your TV. You're sitting there looking at, you're basing your decision on the way the covers look. And sometimes if you saw a 3 or 4 star, sometimes I based it on the year it was produced. I said, okay, anything around 2012, 2013, I want to watch that. And then I'm looking at the cover. It doesn't have to be a mainstream actor. Sometimes it helps. Do you think that kind of helped the revolution for the consumers to say, oh, I want to choose what I want now?
I think it does. And I think it also opens up, kind of what you described, is it opens up that whole, I'm not told what I have to watch. I have the freedom to look and choose and look at different things that I wouldn't have had access to if not for things kind of opening up. And so, I would agree with what you're kind of saying there, which is, that whole means of, reaching the public, giving them choices. I'm not told I got to listen. Some people, I can look at this kind of movie. I can look at that kind of movie. It doesn't have to be, somebody I recognize their name. I can look at it and actually, hey, that's a really good movie. I really like that movie. I've never heard of these people, but I really like that movie. So more and more, I think the internet is opening up for publishers, for musicians, for, people who do make movies, because you can create and put it out on YouTube, and you now have, again, you have an outlet to be heard, somewhere where you can have your voice heard, which didn't exist many, many years ago.
Sure didn't. All right, let's go another direction. We're going to stay right there talking about independent media. Podcasting. How has podcasting, been an advantage for you?
Well, I mean, this is a classic example. If not for Jerry Royce's Worldwide, I would not be able to reach an audience that is attracted to your show, that would tune in and listen to you. So I think every avenue is an important avenue to market, to introduce people to who you are, to kind of get your voice out there, to be recognized. So, I heard him on Jerry Royce Worldwide. Oh, yeah, let me check him out. Yeah, I heard. So I think it all opens up and creates avenues to different markets that before I would not have had access to. So it's a great concept, and I applaud, your efforts to support independent artists.
Thank you. Long way to go, too, man, because, we're in the same boat, just like you guys are. We're independent. We have to rely on promotion, and basically a lot of artists got to understand it's a two-way street, too. So, when you guys start coming together with us podcasters, you're bringing your audience as well. So you talk about 5 artists bringing their 100,000 each, then you're talking about 400,000 people never heard of Mark Staggers. And the same thing with those guys, you know. So it's like it's almost like we gotta really share. You know, when people gotta remember, when we hit that share button, you're really sharing. You're telling your audience, you know, this guy's supporting me. Let's support him too, and the other artists that comes along with the territory, right? So we need all of that, man, for this all to really, really work like it's supposed to. Because it's like I was just listening to Anthony Robbins today. I'm not sure what year he produced that one. It was pretty recent, and he said something about a money machine. When you hear that, what are you thinking about when you hear the word money machine?
You know, it could be ATM machine. It could be something that you've created that just generates a lot of money. I mean, it could be it can mean a number of different things. What was the intent behind that?
Pretty much exactly what you said. Almost both. In a way, it's like while you sleeping, Mark Staggers is selling CDs. Like you could be in bed. In other words, your downloads could be happening from the 17 countries that our podcast. Because my podcast runs while we sleep. It's like it's 24/7. Somebody can just click on my site, and they may just stumble across your show and hear your song. Oh, that sounds like Luther, and stay with it. Then you're talking about it. They say, oh, okay, let me go to that. Oh, there it is right there. Let me click it. And then the amazing part of it is that Amazon is plugged into it now, and so they click that, or, because I mostly carry Amazon because I just think that, people trust them. They haven't had any problems so far.
Sure.
So then you're talking about one click. The person can read up on you real quick and download the music, and it's theirs. They just heard it on my show. They liked the 2 songs. They bought it. You just made whatever your album is going for, your CD, whether it was 99 cents or $1.99, you just made money while you were sleeping. You wake up, you may have 300-400 downloads, and you're like, wow, man, I need to do some more shows or some more performance. So that means the more you're visible out there, or just remember, this show is still going to be out there sitting archived on Spreaker.com. And who knows when somebody come out there? I know my dad likes to go down the playlist and click on different shows. He said, "Oh, I didn't hear that." So you're hoping that podcasters, and I'm bringing podcasters on board too. I said, it's just not me. It's not just my show. I'm sharing this platform with these other people. They're listening to their show, and they say, "Oh, I love me some Beverly Jones, but let's see who else is on this platform." And then they said, "Wow, who's Mark Staggers?" Bam. So that's why I was saying it's like a two-way street, and it's a money machine. So that's why he called it a money machine, because it's cashing in money, while you sleep.
Absolutely.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah, no, but I think your point is spot on, which is in anything in life, it's all about helping each other.
That's right.
And
exactly.
So I definitely appreciate that comment wholeheartedly. We do have to support each other. Absolutely. We do. And anytime, you're performing, you just hit us up, let us know, bam, we could drop a plug. Okay. Mark Staggers, he's part of the family. He's going to be at Blues Alley on Saturday. Absolutely.
And that had happened before. My cousin came on here, she was about to release the stage play. Man, I showed up on a Saturday, man. The doggone place. I mean, she actually just rented out a small senior citizen hall, and it was standing room only, and everybody there was from Facebook in Baltimore. It was crazy. I was like, how did you find out about it? You said you just announced it on your show. I said, you listen to my show? So a lot of times, going back to listen to what Robin Lynn said a couple of days ago when she was on here, she said sometimes you can't really get the true numbers from some of the statistics that come from some of the podcasts, like Google and the analytics, because they can't always measure how people are sharing the files and who's hearing what, because of the different devices that they're on. And that makes sense.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so you just never know. It can't measure every platform. All right, Mark, we're going to take a quick break. We're talking to Mark Stagg, and we get back, we're going to listen to Bring Me Back. And we're going to listen to a quick tune to one of my favorites. She was just on here a few days ago. We're going to get a chance to hear a little bit of Kimberly. But first, we're going to get a message from my girl, Merlin Dunn. All right? Y'all support the sister. She's bringing it.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.marilyndunnministries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Readswell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.readswellpublishing.com.
Oh man, Mark, you smooth, man. Love that song, man. Wow, and that's original. That's original right there,
original.
Right?
Yeah, that's an
wow,
original.
Man, you guys got some talent, man. So who helped you with that project?
It's my brother. I mean, it's just he and I. He does all the music. And he does all the music, and he and I collaborate on the lyrics, and we just go in and put it down.
Wow. See, I told my brother to come on and help me with this, man, but he refused.
Wow, my brother refused for a lot of years too, so it took time. Reginald Stack. So he has what the writing talent, the producing thing, and you have to. He's got the whole. Yeah, he's been at it a long time. So he used to work in a number of studios, and and over time he's just perfected his gift, and we've been working together for a number of years.
Wow.
And each time I think we get a little bit better. So thank the Lord.
That's right. So both of you guys out of D.C., are y'all still in the area?
Yeah, he was up in Greenbelt, and I'm over in Silver Spring right now. But yeah, we're both in the area.
Yeah.
Well, for the most part, my entire family's in the area. A couple of siblings are out, but for the most part, we're all in the general area.
So how many of you is it? How many siblings do you have?
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
Oh, wow, big family. All right.
Yeah.
So is just you two just doing the music thing?
It is. Yeah, it is. And I have, whatever reason, he's always enjoyed the instrumental side, and he finally can believe that I can handle the vocal side. So we're able to work well together. So it's
how
been,
about,
you know, yeah.
How about nephew and nieces coming along? Anybody you guys grooming to?
Yeah, his daughter plays the violin and the piano, and there's another daughter that's musically inclined, and you know, so you know, there's some potential ones coming after, and we're going to be. I'm singing with a group called Social Hour. We're going to be at Bethesda Jazz and Blues on May 17th, and I'm actually going to have my niece play the violin on a song that I'll be doing. So so trying to get them exposure and you know, reaching back and trying to make a difference. So.
Yeah. So you say it's going to be this month in May?
Yeah, it's going to be actually not this coming Sunday, but the following Sunday at the Bethesda Jazz and Blues Club. Yeah.
Yeah, man, I like to come up to that, man. I mean, to see
please do.
Girl.
Please
It's not a cigar lounge or anything, is it?
No. It's kind of reminiscent of the Blues Alley, but on a much larger scale.
Yeah.
It's been newly renovated. It's beautiful in there.
Wow. Yeah, I like to do that, man. You have to give me the information now. We have to be on time because, you know, my wife, we always late, man. So we run. Does that mean we won't get a seat?
No, you should be fine. It's a beautiful place. Yeah, beautiful place.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely get you the information.
Yeah, because I want to need to find out a few things if we'd be able to come in and, you know, maybe do a live interview with you after your set, you know, something like that. Okay. I know sometimes management can get kind of funny when people bring in recording devices in and stuff like that. But sure, everybody carrying a one.
Yeah. I'm not even sure about that, Jerry, but, you know, I think if we kind of went off and had a conversation, I don't think, you know, I can't imagine anybody would make a big deal out of it. But
that's right. Awesome. Okay, we're looking to that. My people can make some phone calls up there and let them know that we need a press pass to come up there and check you out.
Okay.
All right, man. That sounds excellent. I'm looking forward to that, man. Look, I was just at a cigar shop in Baltimore about 2 weekends ago. They had Jazzy Blue was there. You familiar with Nick with Jazzy Blue?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Okay, they're supposed to be at Blues Alley coming up this month. I think he said June. Maybe it was June, he said.
Okay.
So that was pretty exciting. They were a pretty good sounding group. Got some young people, you know, in the group. We got a chance to do an interview with them and record this set. We had a good time, man. You know, I have to get myself I got to get a smoking suit because, man, my clothes got smoked up in there bad. Roy said, man, she said, wow, where were you? I said, I was at Cigar Lounge. But, you know, we had a great time. People was wonderful. Everybody was real. So, you know, we looking forward to the same thing, man, when we get up there to see, go down to see you because we actually going south. All right, D.C., here we come. Jerry Royce Live. And that's going to be awesome, man. Get a chance to see your niece in action, man. I know you're pretty excited about that, and I know her dad is too, man.
Yeah, I am. You know, I just enjoy, you know, music, and so an opportunity to do something with a family member is always pretty exciting to me.
It is, man. So how old is she, and what's her name?
Her name is Cecilia Staggers, and she's about 19 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, she's old enough to get in there, but not old enough to drink.
Yeah. Which is good.
That's right. That's a good thing. All right, man. So tell us, you know, a little bit about this album, man, Dreamcatcher, you know, Expansion Records. So who is Expansion Records?
They're actually out of the United Kingdom. They're a record label. They've been around for a lot of years out of the UK, and this is actually my second project that they've picked up and distributed worldwide for me. And so Dreamcatcher, for me, I think it's it's finally, for me, it's really my breakout CD. I mean, I put out other CDs, and but for me, I really feel like, okay, I could be myself. I didn't have to sound like anybody. After all these years, I could just kind of relax and just be comfortable in my own skin. So there's some great tunes on this CD, and it's really has that old school appeal and adult contemporary appeal that has done well for me. It's opened up, as I said, it's opened up some doors where I'll be going overseas next month and doing a few things. So it's been received well across the globe. I get Facebook hits from Japan, from England, from France, Africa. You talked about how social media made a difference.
You know what's too, man?
People,
I noticed that too when we have musicians on. It seemed like our hits on the Spreaker network and the website is wide. That's how I got into those 17 plus countries. Every time I have a musician on that's kind of popular in that region, like like Canada, just love people that come out of DC for some reason. Heavy. I mean, our hits look like what we get out of Baltimore sometimes. So it's definitely some love for our kind of music, man. So do you kind of, who do you give credit to, man? Do you give credit to the servicemen who's living abroad, or you just think you guys are crossing over right now?
I give credit to people who just love good music.
You don't really know who they are.
It's their faces, their ages, they range. I get Facebook hits from young to old, to different ethnicities and nationalities, and it just what I found, Jerry, is that people abroad, they just love good music. They're not spoon fed like we are. Where when you turn on the traditional radio, you hear the same 10 artists over and over again. They're open to they're open to new artists, to new music. They just, if it's good music, they want to hear it.
That's right. That's right. I mean, that's a really good point. Good point. Now, have you discovered any like internet radio shows that keep it independence in rotation? Like, I mean, I know some of them charge. Like I'm working with a guy in Florida. He does gospel, and I think the people pay for a certain number of rotations. Are there any R&B guys out there that you guys are dealing with that do the same thing?
Yeah, there's a number of internet radio stations that do pay artists. If that's what you're, that's what
they call it. Okay, I never heard that terminology before. Pay artists.
Yeah.
Well, you know something.
I mean, if they spin your music, then they pay the royalties that they're supposed to pay. So you do have some out there that do, pay the artist for playing their music, so that is. That's an important aspect, because a lot of artists, they rely on, getting the royalties from the music, to make it in life. And I think that's probably, the one thing that a lot of people confuse. They see these mega artists, and they see them walking around and dressed in 10 cars, but for your average independent artist, they're heavily reliant on people doing the right thing in terms of purchasing the music, not just downloading the music because your friend sends it to you, but doing things the right way. Because internet piracy that's probably the negative to the internet. It's opened up that door, but artists are heavily reliant on people to spend a few dollars to buy the music.
Yeah. Now I get a lot of music from you guys when y'all come on, but I would never pass that music to somebody, and I always pretty much prefer that they send it to me anyway as a snippet anyway, because a lot of you use Reverb Nation anyway to so you can house your music for people can hear it. So I said, I prefer it that way instead of people sending me a full-length version. But, I would never do that because I'm thinking about the same thing with book artists. I get a lot of free books, but I would never pass that on to somebody. Say, look, here's the link, go ahead and buy it. It's only 99 cents or $1.99. You can't do that. And I think that's the thing that I think is trying to force the consumers to do the right thing. It's affordable now. Now, you remember a few years ago, mainstream claimed they were only getting like 10, 20 cents per CD when the CDs were going for $15, $25 and there was only 2-3 tracks on there you like. I know you remember those days. Now, you think because it's more affordable now that the consumers will do the right thing and say, I'm just going to go ahead and pay my $1. It's not going to break me.
Jerry, it's a very touchy situation. You have those that will do and those who just don't know that, hey, if you go online and you download something you don't pay for, that you're breaking the law in essence, and you're seeing now more than ever a lot of record companies and publishing companies that are now going after people who, cause if you remember some years back, you had, a number of these services that you could just go and download as much music as you want and not pay for it. And if you notice, a lot of that is dried up because, artists weren't being paid. And so, they're trying to crack down on that so that, artists can be fairly compensated for the work that they put in. So, but you have a lot of honest people out there that know and do the right thing, and so, just applaud them for doing the right thing.
And they think about this too. Not only is it stealing from the artist, but God sees that. It's stealing also. You're taking something that doesn't belong to you. It's it's this electronic form of thievery, if that's the word.
It was never more obvious to me. I went a couple years ago and saw Anita Baker at Wolf Trap, and she was talking about a new song that she was about to release, and she would not sing the words because her exact words were, "If I sing this song, it will be online before I finish it." And so that's how it's hurt because everybody's fearful of something happening to their music or getting out there or somebody taking it. But in time people will get it and this thing will work itself out. But you're right, it is a spiritual thing as well.
One of the things I think is pretty tough on you guys too is like a lot of artists are not familiar with the equipment that well, so it's not like you can have a studio in your home because you don't really have to spend that much money on a nice digital system to produce really high quality sound. Fortunately for you, you have your brother before artists don't have a clue that has a lot of music in them, but they can't afford to go in the studio and lay them all out. It's almost like you're saying, just like Beyonce. Beyonce would give you a whole bunch of free stuff. And you're so happy, because she releases, she give you like some free stuff, and then by the time she release 4 or 5 or EP or whatever, then you're willing to pay for that because she gave you a whole bunch of stuff because she got so much music in her because she can afford to keep producing. Now, in your case, are you in the same situation where because you have access to your brother, you can just throw stuff out there to get your name out there, and then people, so when you're ready to get paid, you say, okay, I'm about to drop my EP.
Because Beyonce, just sticking with that as an example, Beyonce has enough name recognition where she can then go out and sell out the Verizon Center and these other venues and charge, and so an independent artist or somebody who is not on that level, no, you're not going to have that kind of access and exposure. So again, every dime that you have coming your way is important. Because you don't have that budget. For her to go out and give away $1 million, well, they're going to make that money back.
That's right.
10 times over, they're going to make that money
I think
back.
She probably was a poor example. Well, it's an artist out there I know of right now who's on my site, and she was promoting EP she was about to drop, but she put out a whole bunch of singles. getting people to hear her again, falling in love with her sound. So then, you know how sometimes when you send, how you put stuff out there, and then people say, "Oh, okay, that's nice." It's almost like she was promoting herself with these. She gave herself an excuse to stay out there on social media for a long time. That's what it seemed like she was doing. Almost like she was like doing what Coke and Pepsi used to do when it was about to release a new soft drink. Like, remember when they did the Cherry Coke? They were doing all these little secretive tests showing you, like, they didn't tell you what it was yet because it probably wasn't ready, but they wanted to beat Pepsi out because they know Pepsi was up to something, Right. So it's like you give them teasers, like the drug boys send those testers out, Right. That's what she was doing. And I thought that was very clever. And this girl has been on the Amazon top list, iTunes, like week after week after week. And she's independent, urban gospel. So I thought she's kind of like showing people how to play the game. And I give credit to her publicist. She's been in for a long time, so she knows how it all works. Because I think almost every artist that falls under this label is doing the same thing, but not as many songs as this young lady. But because she got a lot of songs, I think her husband helps her out a lot in the studio too. See, I think that's helping her out too.
Yeah, I mean,
where I was going.
You have a lot of artists. Yeah, you have a lot of artists that are doing that because it's a marketing tool. They're giving away. They're giving away music because, as you said, it's a teaser. So if you like this song, then you'll probably check out the rest of the music because So there's a lot of different techniques that are being used, Jared, to your point, and that is, and artists do have that ability. Where before, the only way somebody could hear me is I had to press up a CD or a tape or vinyl, and that was the only way. You had to physically go to a store. Well, that's not the case. I can release stuff. I don't even have to use iTunes. I don't have to use any. I can do all this on my own website now.
That's right.
I can do, I can promote through Facebook. I can tweet, every minute if I want to. So I've got a lot of other ways to attract people to hey, pay attention to who I am. And that's why I said in the beginning, it's about differentiating yourself and not, falling into what the pack is doing, being a little different, being a little creative, it goes a long way.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now, do you rely heavily on acts to do almost everything for you, or you have a couple other management teams that you look at to do different things for your offline stuff?
So, right now, just working with acts or doing it myself, for the longest time, I did most of it myself. But, given how much my expertise in terms of social media is somewhat limited, and so you kind of need people that really understand it, and know really how to get the word out. And so I recognize my limitations. and then you try to surround yourself with people who know more than you do, and that's just the way I've always been taught. You find people that know more than you do, and let them do what they do, and clearly she has a better understanding of how it works than I do.
All right. Now this is my last big question for the night, and we're gonna take a break, and then we come back. We're gonna get your final thoughts for tonight's show. And my last big question is kind of, we're going to be a little offline, but online at the same time. What are you going to do extra, or do you rely on the venue to do your promotion that's going to happen at this jazz club? And I think you said Bethesda. Is that all on you, or are you going to hopefully, do they promote the venue enough that you can track a crowd?
So they'll put the word out, but because I'm doing this with the band that I typically sing with, which is Social Hour, we all kind of take an interest in promoting and getting the word out. So it's a collective effort, but most of the time, if I'm being invited to sing somewhere, the promoter, whoever's promoting, does all the work, and I'll push it through. But if I'm typically doing something that's Mark Staggers, then I will go the extra mile to get the word out and to push it through social media and advertise on radio, whatever it takes at that point.
Yeah, because this is a time for you to get extra fans. You know, people who never heard you before that sit in there and hear a set and then buy your music, start buying your music. All right, good. Awesome. Now, I guess it's like a two-part question. Now, what extra mile do you go when you have that date set already? You know you're going to be there. You want to make sure there's a line at the door. What's going to be your extra step to ensure that those people are going to be there?
You know, it really is about building goodwill. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know that sounds, you know, far-fetched, but it is. You know, when people know what they're getting, you know, and they've heard me, or they've heard the band, or they've heard, you know, somebody in the, so you know you're going to get a quality sound, and so it's usually word of mouth and just being persistent. You know, like anything else. You know, if you want people to come, you got to keep talking about it, and you know, asking friends to get involved, and you know, word of mouth and pushing it through social media. So I don't think there's any one way, but it takes all of those ways. You know, to get people to come out and to, you know, and to listen to you.
All right, man. We'd like to be part of that, man. So, you know, you hang on. May have a proposition for you to be interested in. All right, we're gonna take a quick break. We're gonna listen to my man James DeShay, the Romance Man. He's pushing a book. Check it out, ladies, because you know how your guys forget sometime that it's Mother's Day or it's Valentine's Day or your birthday coming up. So get them in the right mood. Here you go, James DeShay, with our book buzz for tonight.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. DeShay. That's DESHAY. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.speaker.com. Positive Power 21.
That's right. You tell them, Tanika, they listen to Jerry Royce Live worldwide. If you're listening to me on Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21, you have to go to positivepower21.org. I have a whole lineup of podcasters now. So you don't just have to listen to me all night. You got a variety of different subject matter, whether it's religious or, you know, they're teaching you how to have magic powers. It's all out there now. You got my man, Kerry Hines, coming out of New York, called The Hair Show. Oh, he has some very good topics all about the hair. You know, we struggle with black hair if we have hair, and some of us are losing our hair, but they have guests on there teaching you methods and telling you about stuff that you otherwise wouldn't know about, because remember, we don't own none of these distribution places. So they talk a lot about that too, how to get in business and keep your business. And also don't forget about, we also got Beverly Fells Jones out there, the life coach. That's right, she's into everything to help you live a wellness life, a healthy life, and to be able to control your minds and be able to incorporate some of the things you want, the better things out of life. That's right, how to cancel the things that you don't want and those people. All right, and also we got the famous Crystal Francis. She models up in New York and D.C. during Fashion Week. And she also have a show on our podcast called Love and War, which should be up this week. So we do have a few people like Gerald Manuel and a few others. We're bringing Daryl Ham, the minister out of Baltimore, is going to be here soon. We're just waiting for his technical people to plug us up. So we're going to be bringing it to you on the Power 21 radio network. I think it's called Radio Network. It might be called Podcast Network. Who knows? What God tells me to call it. Anyway, we're talking to Mark Staggers. He's right out of Washington, D.C. We can't wait to go to his jazz fest. I hope my wife let me go, because I got to ask her first now.
I get it, bro.
It should be all good. I'm going to tell her it's our Mother's Day present. That's what I'm going to tell her. Yeah, because I didn't get anything yet, so that'll be her gift, man. And I think we're gonna have a good time. I'm really looking forward to it, man. I am so excited, so happy for you, man. I truly am.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Well, we ready for your final thoughts, and please don't hang up because I do want to talk to you after the show. So give us your final thoughts, and we close it out.
Yeah, I would just encourage your listening audience that whatever dreams they have, don't let anybody tell them what they can't do. Let God lead the way and stay positive, because there's always bumps in the road. But it's not about the bump that makes us. It's about overcoming the bump and succeeding in life. So I just want to encourage your audience just to stay strong, stay positive. So you listen to the Jerry Royce Live Worldwide show.
That's right. That's right, man. We gotta share. Everybody gotta share. We can't let mainstream dominate us. That's right. Y'all can tell me who y'all want on the show. I'll take anybody. If they good, you gotta be good, of course. Talent. Gotta have talent like the Mark. And Mark, that's the thing that amazes me the most, man. Like I be listening to that guy down in Florida to his show. Cause I remember you said something about pay artists, where those independent stations pay you guys a small royalty, but they actually pay him to promote them on his network. Now I was going to ask, what do they call that when you pay the radio show to put you in rotation?
Well, they're not supposed to do that, but you can do it through advertising. Because they're not supposed to pay to play.
Really?
Yeah, especially this mainstream radio.
Well, they're not mainstream. They're smaller.
Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. Yeah, then yeah. I mean, independent internet stations can charge. You can do whatever but a lot of stations, because if he's got a large base, it's worth it to an artist. It's advertising, if you will. Yeah. Again, because I'm getting access to. Yeah, I'm getting access to his base.
Yeah, because he offer, like round the clock rotation. I mean, I'm hearing some people, and I'm like, what? They independent?
Yeah, actually, I'm doing the same thing through smoothjazz.com. So yeah, I'm doing the same thing. But it's done through their marketing. They call it marketing plans. Where they put you in rotation and
all day long. Yeah, that thing play 24/7, man. 24/7. But I actually stream it. Yeah, I stream it on Sundays for him. And people loving it, man. Yeah, they love it, man. They'll be hitting it up hard. Yep. The things you discover, man, when you stay with certain podcasters. It was something else I wanted to bring up to you, man. I was listening to I think it was Streaker podcast. It's like kind of like a big radio cast thing. They host a bunch of podcasters, and I heard this guy was on there talking about how he got into business and how he made his money. And he's teaching people, and then he was talking about this show, on HBO. But these guys who's start up and trying to make it in the fashion industry, and man, it was 2 seasons, like 16 episodes, man. That was a really good program. I really enjoyed that, and that was just like you said earlier, listening to podcasts, you just never know, what you're going to discover, listening to some of these podcasts, man. And I can't wait till the 3rd season to come up. So that's exactly how, even some of these small independents is getting picked up on some of these cable channels. Same thing. They out there. They're doing the same thing. People who, like, where are they now? We had Cindy Williams on here that was on Laverne and Shirley. She has a book out. She's doing podcasting. So everybody is jumping on board. So again, guys, keep in mind it's a 2-way street. Share with everybody.
Absolutely.
We need you guys. That's right. All right, man. I appreciate you having me on the show, man.
Absolutely.
We covered a lot. Yeah,
we did. We appreciate it, bro. It was fun.
Yeah. I can't wait to meet you. So hold tight. And we're going to chat with you for a moment. Something you should be interested in doing with us. All right, everybody. We did it again. Another show that was filled with a whole bunch of good information for a lot of us that's stuck. Don't know what we're doing. Need some help. This was almost like a webinar. Good conversation, but a lot of information for those of you who are trying to I don't care what you're selling. This was a good show for whatever you're trying to do out there. All right? And he said it. You know, you just got to stay with it. Don't give up. All right, y'all. I'm Jerry Royce Live. I'm worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, y'all stay awesome all week long.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, if you're struggling with your relationship or you just can't seem to find the right one, author Gerald Manuel has written an enlightening new book entitled How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. You may order a copy today from Amazon.com or at BarnesandNoble.com. This book is sure to answer many of the questions you may have. Thank you and God bless you.
This is Bernard Buford, author of Not All Men Are Bad, Guide to Being Happy, and you're listening to Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? It's your boy Houston Saint.
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin in, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and welcome to Positive Power 21.org. I am Jerry Voice Live Worldwide, and you're listening to episode 343. That's right, 343 with author Bernard Buford, author of Not All Men Are Bad, A Guide to Being Happy. And before we bring Bernard on, let's hear a message from our sponsor, Tiffany Boyle of Emerge the Magazine. She's a big-time party coming to D.C. Check it out.
Hey, this is Tiffany Boyle, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Emerge Magazine, the new voice of business. Here inviting you to come out to celebrate with us at the Emerge premiere, May 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the City Club of Washington, D.C., located at 555 13th Street Northwest, Columbia Square. Again, that's May 29th in Washington, D.C. For more information, visit www.emergepremiere.com.
You're listening to episode 343. You're listening to Jerry Voice Live Worldwide on Positive Power 21.org. Bernard Buford, motivational speaker and author Bernard Buford, has made a name for himself as a suave, single, well-rounded gentleman. Buford was born the oldest child of 5 brothers and a sister, August 18, 1981, in Valdosta, Georgia. Buford grew up under the wings of his grandmother and father, yet their old-fashioned sense rarely served as a form of guidance for the young Buford. Shortly after graduating from Valdosta High School in 1999, Buford married his first and only wife. Throughout his life as a young adult, Buford fell into the typical heights of being a ladies' man, which resulted in a few failed relationships and torn friendships. Although this period in his life may have been a good time, it dawned on Buford that it was also tiresome. I was tired of losing people who I cared about and hurting women, period, said Buford. Since 2013, Buford has devoted his time and intellectual art to being an inspirational, reading Facebook, posts on his creative page, Thoughts of a Real Man. His posts advise women on the broad definition of a good man and serves as a guidance for men on how to maintain a healthy relationship. I used to go through Facebook and see encouraging quotes, and that's when I realized if they can make a change in someone's life, I could change lives and be an inspiration too, say Buford. Of course, being a man offering very stimulating advice to women, his fan base reached to about 500,000 interactions among Facebook friends. Although Buford is single, he is casually dating in hopes of finding the right woman to settle down with. In the meantime, his social status increases his ability to be a motivation for women and a leader for men. Dating with a purpose helps me set an example for men and encourage women that not all men are bad. It gives them hope. Today, Buford resides on Valdosta, Georgia, where he runs a lawn care business called Best of Best Lawn Care. Nevertheless, though Buford put his own player ways and damaged relationships behind him, he adores his 2 girls and 2 boys that came out of it, along with conducting business and being a father and devoted Christian to New Birth Ministries. He hopes to one day give back a sound contribution to his community. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome to you Bernard Buford to Positive Power 21.org with Jerry Voice Live Worldwide. Enjoy his presentation. All right. My man, what's up, Bernard? How you doing tonight, man?
I'm blessed. This is Bernard Buford, author of Not All Men Are Bad.
That's right. You here, man. All right. We appreciate you being here, bro. So the first question, man, that's on my show is, who is Bernard Buford?
Well, a little bit about myself. I'm 33 years old, born and raised in Valdosta, Georgia. I have 2 girls, 3 boys. And basically, I'm just working from, I would say, 7 in the morning to about 9 at night, almost 80 hours a week, just to provide for my family. And that's about it, basically. You know,
yeah, that's some long days, man. That's a long day. So you say you're doing 80-hour weeks?
Yeah, basically. Mm-hmm.
And that's including the weekend too? Because I know that's when basically the people want you to come around and give them quotes and stuff like that. Wow. That's something, man. Awesome. Now, you said you got a lawn care business. Now, what you do during the wintertime when I know it don't snow that much down there, but the grass don't grow that much neither. So what do you do with your business during the winter months? You chill?
During the winter months, I just relax and prepare myself for the summertime and springtime, basically.
Yeah, because right now you're super busy because people want their trees pruned and edging up, and it's like almost like starting over in a way, right? Like getting everything trained, the lawn.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
What they're doing, and that's what I'm doing now, man. Trying to get the guy out to my house. He already gave me. I think he gave me the quote. Just they get so busy, man. Just like trying to get construction done in your house. This is the worst time of the year to try to get a contractor because they probably painting decks and putting up roofs and stuff, right? All right. All right, man. Now you made quite a splash out there on Facebook, man. Now we're gonna talk a little bit about that, but first we wanna know what kind of student were you in high school, man? Or, what kind of friend were you to your homeboys, man? What type of guy were you?
Well, growing up, basically I didn't have that many friends. It was just me and my brother, and that's about it. It was just work, home, school. That's it, basically.
Oh, really?
I never had that many friends.
Okay. Now, I know I made a mistake and said 1991. I meant to say 1999. I was thinking about it. I said, wow, that's Prince's number right there. So what was the deal? You didn't play sports? Is that, or there wasn't a lot of guys in your neighborhood?
No, I didn't play too many sports. I wrestled. Tried out for wrestle for a little while, and after my grades went down, I got out of it and just focused on, graduating from high school, basically.
Yeah. So what was the deal, man? With the grade, you couldn't swing wrestling and do your homework, or you just was too tired? What was going on?
Well, basically, that was about me being raised by my grandparents and everything. They felt like I couldn't do both at the same time or whatever, so I just backed out. Got out of it.
All right, so you was raised by your grandmother and your grandfather, or was it your grandmother and your father? Because that's what your bio said, your grandmother and your father.
Right. I called him my dad because he been there for me since day one. He was just like my father, and my grandmother was just like my mother, and I call her that to this day. And God bless the dead, but my grandfather that's passed. I call him my dad, and it's just that.
Yeah. So what it was a pretty strict household?
Yeah, it was like had to be in for the street light came on. Be in the house by 7:30, in the bed by 9 o'clock.
Wow, so they ain't leave a lot of time for homework. So what time you get home? So high school, you usually get home 3:30, right?
As soon as I hit the door, straight to homework, studying, maybe go outside for a little while, and never could leave the porch or anything. I grew up in a strict household, but, I thank God for all that, kept me out of a lot of trouble.
That's right. So I mean, what was the neighborhood like? Was it middle class neighborhood? The boys kind of, was out there a little bit chilling.
It was a rough neighborhood all the way up to this day. Still is a rough neighborhood.
Well, okay, so that was your grandmother's mission to keep you out of trouble then, because she knew what was brewing. So that was the deal. All right. All right. What you saying? Go ahead.
She just basically wanted us to get an education and make some out of ourselves, just basically be successful. That's it.
Yeah. So what's your brother doing right now? Where is he?
He just basically work for Lowe's Distribution Company, and
okay.
That's about it.
Okay. And you have your own business. So did you guys go to college, or you went straight to working right after high school?
I didn't do too much of the college thing and whatnot. It was I graduated high school, and then I just went kind of astray. I was seeing people, you know, hanging out in clubs and stuff, and I thought back then that was what it was, going to car shows and you know, just being in the limelight. That's what I thought it was all about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So basically, so what happened? You moved out of your grandparents' home, and then you just started raising yourself? What was the deal? I mean, how did you get out to hit the clubs and stuff?
I mean, I had moved away from home and moved down to Tampa, stayed down there for a little while, and I tried to do my own thing, never been out on my own and stuff, and I was living paycheck to paycheck and stuff, and just thought, you know, clubbing and staying out all night, and sometimes 2 or 3 in the morning was, you know, was life or what life was all about. Mm-hmm. Not realizing that, you know, if you don't prepare yourself for the future, then, you know, you'll die in this world.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So what made you decide to go to Tampa? Did somebody say, hey, man, let's go down to Tampa? Did somebody persuade you, or you just say, let me just pick a spot on this map and roll with it?
Basically, what made me go down there was on my daddy's side of the family. That's where most of our people live down there. And at the time, he was living down there, so I figured, you know, I'd go down there and try to see what I could achieve, or basically just have a good time.
So you was living under his roof at the time, or you just was living in the same township?
Well, I moved down there. I stayed with him for a few weeks, and then I just got out on my own and just went on ahead and did my own thing, basically.
Yeah. So what took Pops to Tampa? The strict upbringing, you know, his moms and dad was a little bit too much, and he decided, you know, as soon as high school was over, he had enough too, and he rolled out?
Basically, it was better jobs and better career opportunities for him and everything. And it was more things to do. You met more new people and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so you living in Georgia now, so what got you back? What persuaded you to come back? Was it just too much partying, or you met the woman of your dreams? What got you back to Georgia?
Well, what got me back to Georgia was, honestly, was child support, because at the time I was just young and dumb and making bad decisions, you know, from which, you know, growing up, you do that at times, and I had got behind on my child support and stuff, and wasn't making any money, and it was either better myself or go to jail, and I chose to better myself. So that's why I came back.
You got a girl pregnant down while you was in Tampa?
At the time, my oldest son, she was pregnant at the time.
And she was from Tampa, that girl?
No, she was from Georgia.
Oh, so you got a girl pregnant that was from where you was growing up at?
Right, and I had left at the time.
Ooh, so how you get away with that one, man? You know, under the strict household. So that happened right after high school?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's like this right here. It's almost like a caged animal. At the time, I never could go nowhere, never could go on any trips or anything, and I was always in the house. Never knew what it was like to be out all time of night and stuff like that, because I lived up under strict guidelines. And if I disobeyed, then I knew what time it was. And when I first got the chance to go and be out on my own, it was like I just went wow, I didn't. Basically, I couldn't talk to my grandparents about certain things, about how to handle women in certain situations, and I didn't know how to what to do in certain circumstances. So I just made my own decisions, which caused the results of what happened.
Man. Now, did you guys do a lot in church? Was that part of your upbringing? Was being in church a couple of days a week, including all day on Sundays?
Yeah, every Wednesday we went to Bible studies and all different kind of Bible contests. My grandmother, which is an evangelist, was hosting every so often, winning different trophies for that and stuff like that. And we was going to church every Sunday and stuff.
Yeah. All right, so you had a chance to really see a lot of church. All right. Now, I hear this story all the time, man. The strict upbringing, just like the preachers, the preachers' kids. They get out there, man, they just go buck wild, man. Because they seeing things they never seen before. And they just can't, it's like trying to make up for lost time. So was that your case?
Well, see, my case was a little different from that. Was, I was seeing stuff from on the inside, looking on the outside, and I was wondering what that was like. And see, if you don't have no mentor or someone you can talk to, you're going to make decisions on your own, without knowing the results. You know what I'm saying? That goes from sex to, anything.
Yeah.
Because you don't know. Mm-hmm. You just curious.
That's right. All right, we're going to switch a little gears, man. We're going to talk about, you got married. So how old were you when you got married?
I think I was in my 20s when I got married. I don't remember the exact age, but I was in my 20s.
Wow, you're pretty young, man. 20s young to get married. So you think you're talking about like younger 20s? I mean, early 20s?
I think I was like 25, I think.
25. That's not bad, because I was 29. That's not bad. But you had time to have some experience. Now, you mentioned in your bio you became a ladies' man. So what time of your life was that? Was that in your early 20s, or that happened while you were married? You decided that, you were starting to meet women and you was getting interested. So what happened? What sparked, the breakup in your marriage?
Truthfully, after giving my all to my ex-wife, putting in a 4-bedroom, 2-bath house, I just became selfish and just felt like I'm going to do me and nobody else's feelings matter. Mm-hmm. And I just got pleasure out of just being with more than one woman. I just enjoyed it. To me, at the time, that felt like I was a king. That's how I felt.
Yeah, you could get the money and the business if everything was going good.
Right.
Because you had the business at that point.
No, at that time, I didn't really have much. I was just popular, well-known, and, had a nice vehicle and stuff like that. And I felt like that all those women truly wanted me until I lost everything. That's when everybody disappeared. And
that happened? So that happened to you? You lost some stuff?
I lost everything. I didn't have nothing. I lost everything.
And that was due to what?
And that was due to a car accident. I got into a car accident.
You got into a what?
I had got into a car accident while I was on my job. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you couldn't work. So you had a pretty good job. So you said you built your wife. So you said you built your wife a 4-bedroom house, a 2-bath?
No. We was renting at the time.
Okay. All right. So you were still spoiling her, still, doing your thing. You had a nice ride, and then you say so you got hurt while you was working, so you couldn't carry the rent no more and the car payment. Is that what happened?
Well, we had got divorced, and we separated. Then we got divorced and everything, and everything had fell apart for me. And after a while, I had found me a job or whatnot, from which the job I have now been on 13 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I had, became a ladies' man. And at the time, I had got into a car accident, and that's when, I seen that who truly cared about me. And out of all those women, only one of them was there. That was it. That was my daughter. That was my daughter and my son. Mom, she was the only one that was there for me.
Yeah. So, but in total, you have 5 kids?
Right.
5, okay. So you have, 3 with your wife?
No, I have one by her.
Okay. All right. And you had a kid before her, too, right? Because I think you mentioned about paying child support.
Right.
Yeah, okay. All right, so, so you're the ladies' man, you got 5 kids, and now you got your own business, working hard. Now, do you do anything else besides run your business? Because I know you said you do a lot of hours during the week, so you do a day job and run your business at the same time?
Yes, I work from 7 in the morning to 3:30, and then I go to cutting grass from 3:30 until it gets dark. Probably about 8. It'd be about 9 when I get in.
Yeah, and then the weekends, you work in the weekends too. Yeah.
Right.
All right. So yeah, you got 5 kids, so basically you trying to keep the. Now, are you with one person now? I mean, everything chilled out now. You matured, settled down. You got all that out your system. Right. You mentioned the second part of your bio that you kind of changed your ways of thinking and started maintaining a more healthy relationship. So you're in a healthy relationship right now as we speak?
Right, yes. Uh-huh.
All right, so how's it going?
Going well.
Right.
Going well.
So you happy? So you happy?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what's some of the challenges, now that you didn't have before, but you can work through it, that you're working through it?
What you mean when you say challenges?
Well, do you miss, what you used to do? Do you see something, a short skirt and turn, or you like, no, you all right, you cool?
Well, now, the thing is with a good woman, you see the God in her, and you see the support, the affection, the quality time, the appreciation, the respect, all those things that I didn't have, I now do have.
Yeah. So a lot that your grandparents instilled in you came out eventually.
Right.
That's you, the man today. So they knew what they were doing, and they gave you some values that you didn't understand because you were young, but now you understand those values.
Well, see, basically, now I have my own mentor, which has helped me make that better decisions. I'm being mentored by State Representative Dexter Sharper. That's been my mentor for the past few years. I've been learning basically from him. All
right, good. All right, man. We're going to take a break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking to Bernard Buford. He is the author of Not All Men Are Bad, A Guide to Being Happy. Also, he's the Facebook sensation, over 500,000 followers. And I believe he had to open up another page to be able to accept more friends and members. Might as well just say members now of Bernard Buford's fan club. All right. So hold tight, everybody. We're going to hear a quick message from our sponsor. And our sponsor today is going to be James DeShay. He's a romance man, and he's looking for somebody special.
Are you looking for a great book of poetry that is romantic, heartfelt, and full of male emotion? Then get Thoughts, Love, and Reflections by James K. DeShay. That's D-E-S-H-A-Y. Go to www.jamesdeshay.com. You will enjoy Thoughts, Love, and Reflections.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.MarilynDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
I'm on my knees, it's just you and me, Lord. I'm on my knees, it's just you and me. I love you, Lord. I'm on my knees, trying to get through, Lord. I'm on my knees, trying to get through.
All right, y'all. That's my girl there, Kimberly. Turn it up. Can't wait till, I guess she released it. It's somewhere out there, y'all. I'll find out more. But you can check out on Facebook, Kimberly. And I think she called herself the vocalist singer or something. I'll let you guys know. I always get locked up after I hear that song. Brain Lock, Kimberly. All right, and also we heard a message from Marilyn Dunn. Check her out, her CD. Awesome. Out there on Amazon.com. And also don't forget about my man James DeShay. He has a podcast, and we're looking to bring him on board to be one of our friends on Positive Power 21 Radio Network. So check out all our friends. I see you guys hitting up the website. Man, boy, you guys hitting them players. Boy, y'all listening to all the shows. Y'all didn't give us a chance to get them all up. So it looks like we're going to have to reload. And also we're going to be bringing on board one of our good friends, Crystal Francis. She has a show called Love and War. And of course, you guys loving some Carrie Hines and some Beverly Fells Jones. And we have many more coming. We got Robin Lynn coming on board. And I think we're going to have the Game of Thrones, a young man named Stephen Childs. He broadcasts a session on the Game of Thrones. So we're hoping to bring him on board. And also we're bringing on Pastor Daryl Ham out of Baltimore. That's right, dropping some ministry. And don't forget about our gospel music on Sundays all day long. All right, y'all? So we're trying to do it up for you guys on Positive Power. And a shout out to my friends at Dan Cigar Lounge. We're going to be back out there real soon. I guess we're going to make First Friday, get a chance to talk about some relationships, bring up some topic. That's right, for Pastor Gerald Manuel's book. That's right, you got to check him out too. He's going to be one of our monthly guests, talking on various topics out of his book, and we're going to be having some guests coming on board and sharing the discussion. All right, we're talking to Bernard Buford. His book is out there. He's not on Amazon yet, but he's out there here. Let us know. We're talking about Not All Men Are Bad, the Guide to Being Happy. And Bernard, where can they find your book at?
They can find it on GetItRightConsulting.com.
All right, Get It Right Consulting. Also, don't forget about his website. He has a website called Get It Right Consulting.com. And that's author Bernard Buford. You go out to the landing page on Spreaker.com/Positive Power 21, click the link, and you'll be able to get his site and order his book. And don't forget to spread and share the news about Bernard Buford. He's our guest right now. He's talking to Jerry Royce live worldwide. Now we ready to talk about this book, man. So tell us a little bit about this book, man. What's going on? How's it being received?
Well, basically, the book speaks on and shows guys not to make the same mistakes that I made. And instead of a woman going out there trying to find a man, it teaches her to let him find her.
That's a good one. Wow. The same thing old Pastor Gerald Manning was talking about in his book. Wow, that's deep, man. So what are you telling young ladies, man? You just telling them are you telling them to use spiritual, use the Bible as their guide, don't let their heart take them in the wrong direction? What you telling them?
Basically, to trust in the Lord and lean not on your own understanding. Don't go forth by what your flesh tell you. Go for what your heart tell you.
That's right. Amen. Now, Bernard, you have videos out there on YouTube. You got a channel that people can check you out, man, and listen to you in your own words, speak to them?
Yes, I'm on Facebook under Bernard Buford and also under A Gentleman's Project. And also on Instagram. Also on Instagram at Bernard Buford 31.
All right. Now, Buford, a lot of people want to know, man, how were you able to get so many followers, man, so quickly, man? Kind of quiet guy, laid back, real smooth. Do you let the pen do the writing, the talking for you? You let the pen do the talking?
Basically, I just stay consistent, work hard, and stay positive. Most of all, put God first. And Him, all things are possible.
That's right. Now, the women that's coming out, do you know a lot about them, man? Are they Christian women, or are they women who are looking for, the word, and you teaching them? Are you kind of like some people don't know, man, that God has ordained them to be a leader, of a flock. Are you a shepherd and you just don't know it yet, or you heading down that road? Do you see yourself in the pulpit, or you're just doing the right thing, being a Christian man?
I'm just, basically I just put God first, stay encouraged, and be a positive role model to others, and just do God's work. And He'll lead me in the direction He wants me to go.
Amen. So grandma, grandpa, man, they definitely burned themselves right into your heart and spirit. So your spirit was always there, just that you just had to see with your own eyes early on, right? Is that what the deal was before?
Yeah, I was dead back then, but now I'm risen and I'm alive.
Yeah, that's right, man. In your Facebook post, the creative page called Thoughts of a Real Man. So now you're a real man, you're advising women, what a good man is, that they deserve that man. Now, what are they saying to you, man? What are some of the responses you're getting from your posts from women? You have any you can share?
Basically, they tell me from day to day, thank you and appreciate your inspiration, and it gives me hope that good men are still out there and stuff. And they tell me appreciate the prayers and stuff.
Yeah. So do you write prayer? Do you share prayer on your Facebook page?
Okay. I put God first in everything. Without Him, none of this would be possible.
That's right. Amen. He's the one, the only way, our Savior. Now, writing this book, did you get any help, or did you have to hire an editing team? Did you go to a publisher, self-publish What's up?
Katharina Orr and with Gatorade Consulting and my mentor Dexter Sharper, they help me, get things organized the way it need to be and stuff like that.
Now, you mentioned your mentor. It sounded like that was a real important step you had to take. And you hear that a lot from motivational speakers, life coaches. A lot of people pay a lot of money, for good people to advise them. And even though, where I work at, they advise you to have not just one mentor at times, have more than one. It's okay. So you just have the one mentor?
Yeah, I just have one mentor, and God is my first mentor, and, Dexter Sharp, he's my second mentor,
Yeah, that's right. Now, are you mentoring to anybody? Are you passing the baton behind you, next man up? Are you in the schools?
I'm working for it, speaking to the schools and stuff like that, but, my main goal, though, is to be involved in my children's lives. That's more valuable to me than anything, is, to be there for my children because I wasn't there for them. Now I'm, God has blessed me with the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to be a better father for them and a better leader. You understand?
Yeah.
That's my main thing right there. Because I know they sitting back watching me.
That's right, man. They are. They watching you every move, man. That's one of the things I say is one of the biggest blessings is fatherhood. And you watch some of these guys out there, man. Their kids don't even know. I listen to some of these athletes. You know what? My son and I, he likes basketball a lot too now because my oldest son, he loves basketball. So they do that together. That's their thing. But my thing is football, and we really get into, over the holidays, you inside, it's cold up here up north. And, we spend a lot of time in front of the TV watching games, getting to know the players. And you listen to some of the interviews. Because my son, he has the opportunity to listen to some of these guys online. And they always thinking their mom and their grandmother, they don't have these men in their lives, man. It's like, wow. But they turn out to be decent people, a lot of them. A lot of them have failed. Quite a few of them have failed. But a lot of them are succeeding. But they do have that coach, that high school coach that was mentoring to them, or maybe that's their math teacher or that track coach. So it was important to me, man, being there. My dad was there for me. Now I know his grandfather, his father wasn't quite there for him, though. Even though they did have an adult relationship. Once he got older, they had a good relationship, and he had a stepfather. But that's one of the most important things to you right now is God first in your children, family. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Luckily for you, you didn't have to wait till you got old to do it, like most people. Like, you ever read this story about or heard the story from Ray Lewis? How him and his dad finally got together. I think it was after his first Super Bowl, maybe later than that. He was in his late 20s, early 30s at that point. But the point was he was able to go back and find out who his dad was, and his grandfather. That was big. That was a tear-jerking story, man.
Right.
Man, if anybody ever want to see a story, man, you got to check out that Ray Lewis story, man. For those of you, because a lot went on, before that first Super Bowl, and people look at him for that reason. But if you look at the man himself, what he went through as a young man, his mom there in his corner, this women, and lucky for you was blessed that you had a grandfather that was there for you, and then later on your father. Now, you think that helped you to be able to do what you're doing with your kids? Was that helpful?
Yes, pretty much. But, once I had a mentor, it opened my eyes to a lot of stuff that I didn't understand. I was blind to, He showed me have got, to be more of a man instead of a boy. Because there's a difference between being a man and a boy. A man gonna take care of his home. He's gonna make sure his kids and his family is taken care of before he take care of himself, you know. And a boy, he just gonna worry about the streets before he take care of home.
Yeah,
and that's
play.
what I had to learn. Right.
Yeah, playtime. Yeah, playtime is on the agenda. That's right, man. Building that legacy, man. You know, when you're dead and gone, because you never know when the good Lord is going to take you. You want them to remember you, you know, a certain way. You don't want to leave a bad taste, or, you know, they can't even say your name with pride. You know, you want them to be proud of you. You know, right. That's how I look at it, man. You know, I try to spend a lot of time, you know, with my 3 kids as much as I can. My oldest son is, you know, he's in his 30s, and you know, basically his mom and I didn't get married, but we had a close relationship, you know, bringing them up together. And then when I got married, my wife helped me raise him, and he's a very good young man, and he's a good influence and role model for his younger brother. And he has 3 brothers total. And 2 sisters. So they really look up to him and his nieces and nephews. So, you know, everybody's watching, you know, everybody. Now, are you an uncle?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they watch things you do, you know. And then you got a book out, man. You leaving your legacy, something behind, you know, they can pick up one day off the internet. Because who knows what's happening with our bookstores, but hopefully you'll be able to get your book in the library. Now, is your book available in hard copy as well as digital download?
Yep. That's what we're processing now, working on the release and stuff like that.
Yeah. Now, where can people find you, Bernard? You know, are you planning to do any book signings, or everything is just exclusively online right now?
We don't have the exact location for the book signing as of yet, but until then, you can find me on Facebook under Bernard Buford, on Twitter under Bernard Buford, on Instagram at Bernard Buford 31, or they can find me on A Gentleman's Project on Facebook.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking to Bernard Buford. And again, you can find his website, Get It Right -consulting.com. And we have that link right there. So when you pull him up on Facebook, you can just click his website, hit him up, or you can come to our landing page on Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. And don't forget, we be streaming this show on PositivePower21.org. So if you can't get it on Facebook anymore, because you know how that thing just moves down the news feed, it will be available. And don't forget, he is episode 343. That's right. And we will have him on the website, so you can go out there and check him out. All right, Bernard, we're going to take a break, man. And we come back. You be able to give us our final words? You be able to do that for us? Final thoughts for today's show. All right, man. We appreciate you having you, man. You're an awesome guy. I'm glad God was able to, you know, to shape you into the man you are today, and helping people understand and putting that out there, man. There are good men still available, still out there. And you said yourself, you're still looking for that woman. You found that woman. I think your bio said you were still looking, but you found her. Well, I guess you better tell you. Yeah, that's right. She's probably listening right now. All right. Don't want to get you in trouble, brother. All right, hold tight, y'all. We're going to get another word from Tiffany Boyle from Emerge, the magazine coming out of Washington, D.C. That's right, the beautiful Tiffany Boyle, CEO and publisher.
Hey, this is Tiffany Boyle, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Emerge Magazine, the new voice of business. Here inviting you to come out to celebrate with us at the Emerge premiere May 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the City Club of Washington, D.C., located at 555 13th Street Northwest, Columbia Square. Again, that's May 29th in Washington, D.C. For more information, visit www.emergepremiere.com.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reedswell Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reedswellpublishing.com.
Hey everyone, this is Tanika Gonzalez, spoken word poet. Whenever I'm online, I'm always listening to Jerry Royce Live. You can find Jerry on www.speaker.com. Positive Power 21.
All right, everybody. We're back. Thank you, Tanika. Thank you, Reedswell Publishing. And thank you, Tiffany Boyle, for sponsoring our show tonight for our man, Bernard Buford. That's right. The author of Not All Men Are Bad, A Guide to Being Happy. That's right. For everybody. Check it out. All right, man. We ready for your final thoughts, man. Again, we appreciate you coming on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. Positive Power 21.org. You ready?
Yep. I just appreciate you allowing me to be on your show, Jerry, and I just want to encourage everybody to always put God first. And with Him, anything is possible. All you have to do is believe.
That's right.
That's it.
Just believe. That's right. That's it, man. That's all you got for my people. All right, man. So all those out there, 500,000 people following Bernard Buford. That's it. It's Jerry Royce Live. I appreciate you guys listening to us. And Bernard, wish you the best, man, with your book. And we got to have you back, man, be part of our male discussion on women with Pastor Gerald Manuel. He's one of our podcasters. He comes on once a month. So we may work on that soon. We may have to bring him on twice, depending on his schedule. But we're glad to bring you into that circle, man, so we can talk about some of the things that you're posting on your website and some of the topics in his book, man. And hopefully you get an opportunity to check out his book and he get an opportunity to check out yours, so we bring it all together. Sound good?
Awesome.
All right. All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all. I'm Jerry Royce Live. I'm worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Royce Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Royce Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Royce Live. All right, that's a wrap, y'all.
I am Cheryl Wood, author of The Power to Sizzle, Transformational Power Thoughts for Creating the Life You Want. And I'm on Jerry Royce Live.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Kat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Iowa Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Phil Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? Boy, who's the same?
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquise with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin Lynn, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. But when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you. All right, tonight on the show, we have Cheryl Wood. All right, pull the bio up. All right, Cheryl is a very exciting woman. She's enthusiastic, engaging, and innovative. Cheryl Wood is a compelling thought leader and motivational speaker who possesses a deep-rooted passion for supporting the personal development and economic empowerment of women globally. Cheryl has impacted the lives of thousands of women through her life-changing principle of fearless living. She's an award-winning entrepreneur, speaker, author, and business coach who specializes in equipping women to stretch their thinking, expand their expectations, and play bigger. Her message of empowerment has been spotlighted on Fox News, News Channel 8, Radio 1, WPGC, WHUR, My Spirit DC, and Afro-American newspaper, and more. All right, so Cheryl's here to empower us today, guys, not just the women. Welcome to the show, Cheryl Wood. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I'm energized. I'm enthusiastic. Thank you for having me. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining us. We're so happy to have you. Now, where do my people find you? Did we find you on Facebook or Twitter?
I think you guys found me on Twitter.
All right. We get some good ones off of Twitter. All right, to the team, Team 21. All right. Now, I know I didn't get a chance to read your full-page bio. Ooh. Man, you've done a lot of things. Now, tell us a little bit about yourself. You know, we got time to talk. So tell us a little bit about yourself that's not written, well, what wasn't written in what I read.
Okay. Well, I think the most important thing for your listeners to know is that, all of us, I think, have a dream of something bigger that we can accomplish in our lives. But I think oftentimes as humans, we play small in life because we look at all the things that we're lacking instead of the things that we already possess. And I was no different. So if you go back 5 years ago in my journey, I was not a speaker. I was not an author. I was not a trainer. I was not a mom of a 9-year-old author. Yes, my daughter at 9 years old published her first book. There were so many things I hadn't accomplished because I was keeping myself, I call it holding myself hostage to the reality that I was living at that time, which was running the corporate rat race, dropping my kids off at 6 o'clock in the morning at before care and picking them up at 6 o'clock at after care, going to a job all day that, yes, I was good at, I was talented at, but it didn't nurture my spirit. It didn't make me feel fulfilled, and it certainly didn't make me feel like I was creating any type of a legacy. And so I was really just existing in life. I wasn't really living. And I think so often, too many of us go through just the routine of life where we're just existing. And, it's not good enough. And I finally got to the place where I was tired of being tired. What they say about a woman, when she's fed up, there's nothing you can do about it. So I was fed up, tired of punching, a time clock and building somebody else's dream and just keeping my dream on a back burner. So I decided to take some baby steps to somehow create a different reality for myself. And that's what you've got to do sometimes. Just take the leap. You don't know the answers. I certainly didn't know all the answers. And I took a leap. I decided to start a small business. It was a small T-shirt business that celebrated motherhood and womanhood. And I did that while I was still working a full-time job. So, I wanted to change real bad if I was putting in that type of time, in addition to being a mom of 3 and a wife. So I had a lot going on. But I was so hungry. I was so hungry for life transformation. I wanted to add my mark to the world. I wanted people to know who I was. I wanted to make an impact. I wanted to change lives. A legacy is about helping other people transform their lives, using your gifts and your talents to impact other people so that you create this name for yourself that long outlives your physical body. And I wanted a piece of that. So I was willing to put in the work. Fast forward, I put in the work about 2 years into the journey of literally going out on the weekends and, having a table at various events and selling T-shirts. I got a phone call unexpectedly from somebody at Morgan State University. And they said, hey, Miss Wood, we heard about you. We heard that you're this mom entrepreneur who's out here, on the grind. You're trying to change your life, and you're selling T-shirts while you're working a full-time job. Would you come to our annual women's conference? We get about 200 to 300 women. And would you teach other moms how to start their own business?
And I was like, are you sure you got the right person? I said, let me spell my name for you, because clearly you got the wrong person.
No, they had the right person. They had the right person.
They had the right, oh my goodness. And that was the beginning of me really walking in my greatness and in my God-given gifts as a speaker who had the ability to get people energized about their possibilities, to get people enthused about what they could accomplish in life if they just took the first step. And so all of that detoured me into speaking and writing 3 books and, you know, now having a baby girl who is an author and just being able to impact people's lives for the good. So that's kind of the short of my story over the past 5 years.
All right. So all this happened in the last 5 years?
In the past 5 years. I started in June of 2009. I just celebrated 5 years. Last week, I literally just celebrated 5 years in the grind, the entrepreneurial grind.
Wow, and that was a fascinating story, because 2009 is pretty much when the economy was tanking like crazy. You know?
Yes. And that's the thing. Right. It doesn't matter when you decide to jump, right? You're always going to be scared. I mean, my palms were sweating. My heart was racing. I was like, why am I out here selling T-shirts? I didn't know why I was doing what I was doing. I just knew that if you always do the same thing, you will always get the same thing. So I knew I had to do something different in my life if I really wanted to get different results. So I didn't know how it was going to manifest. I didn't know how long it was going to take. I didn't know who I was going to meet that was going to help open doors for me. I just didn't know any of that. But all I knew is that every time I was out in 100-degree weather trying to sell some T-shirts, I just kept telling myself, there's something more for you. You've got to be patient so that you can figure out what it is. And patience paid off.
That's right. Wow. 5 years. And I love the website, the colors. You got the bling going on. Your hair is perfect. Makeup. So you down there talking to an audience. Got that vibrant smile going on. Serious thought process happening. Fearless living. That's your principle of life-changing principles, being fearless. Now, you showed a lot of guts, a lot of courage coming out there, but that was a good that you started out with the baby stuff. You know, some people just want to drop everything and just, you know, like, oh, how am I going to pay my bills? I haven't made $1 yet, you know.
Yes.
Now, what was so special about the T-shirts that you know, I know you had to really spend some time with the marketing of the T-shirts, just the whole concept. So how did you develop that, first of all? That's the first thing.
Well, you know what? The funny thing about it, I had never done T-shirts before. I didn't know what the heck I was doing, Jerry. I mean, I was clueless. That's the honest truth. I was clueless. The only thing I knew about doing with the T-shirt business was that I wanted to connect it with something that I was very passionate about. I think passion will take you a long way. You need a business model, you need a business plan, but you know, even without all that stuff, if you don't have passion, you're not going very far. People have to see that you're enthused about what you're doing, and they will be willing to help open doors for you. So it was my passion for celebrating all that moms do on a daily basis, even though we only get one day a year to really celebrate. You know, I knew what I did every day, you know, up at 4:30 in the morning, ironing clothes, getting the kids out the house, packing lunches. Then I got to pick them up in the evening. I'm tag teaming with my husband. All right, you going to do dinner or you going to do homework? Which one you going to do? I'm doing right? Like, I knew what my life was like as a mom, and I wanted to celebrate that, you know, visually through something as simple as a T-shirt. And it was that passion that really aligned me, I believe, on the journey that I was supposed to be on. And so what would happen was women would come to the table to buy a T-shirt, to look at the T-shirt. Some of the T-shirt slogans were funny, you know, some of them were more serious, but it always was a conversation starter. And so what it did was it positioned me to realize that I had a knack for speaking, and I had a knack for making other people walk away feeling empowered and amazing about everything that they had inside. And so, yes, granted, a lot of work did go into organizing the T-shirts. I mean, I had to hire somebody to do the designs and choose the font and choose what color T-shirts I wanted. And I had to research, you know, where can I get wholesale T-shirts so I don't spend, you know, a fortune trying to get this thing up and running, even though I did still spend a small fortune. I had to get a website, a professional website done, and I had to have a photographer to photograph the T-shirts and set up an e-commerce site so people could purchase. I mean, it was a lot of work and time and energy and effort. But again, I was hungry. I was hungry for something different. So when you're hungry, what you going to do? You're going to get out there and make sure you eat. So I was hungry for something different.
That's right.
Yes, let's eat.
Right. Let's eat. That's right. Now, Shauna, that's interesting. Now, you went the T-shirt route, because I heard that is one of the toughest business to get into. It's very competitive, and like you said, you're trying to find the best cost to make a decent product, and then you use e-commerce to market. So now you're talking about shipping the T-shirts probably from your location. Now, was out of all the business plans you looked at, was that the best model for you to go with first?
No. I mean, look, when I give it to you, I'm going to give it to you real. No, I did not do it the best way. I didn't do it the smartest way. I was uninformed. I was really clueless. And I learned a lot. But that's the thing. I think that oftentimes we can fail our way to success. Now, if you're able to connect with someone who can give you tips and give you wisdom and help you with nuggets of, look, don't do it this way, do it that way, I think that's powerful. And I think that's why, as business owners, we need coaches in our lives who can say, don't take the long route. Look, I can show you an easier way. But that, of course, also is an investment. But it's an investment in ourselves. And initially when I started, I didn't have the funds to make that investment that I needed to in hiring a coach. So I did everything just wet behind the ear, clueless. And so I did a lot of things the long way. But you know what? It taught me stamina. It taught me persistence. It taught me perseverance. It taught me conviction about getting what I wanted, even when sometimes I did it the long route. So really, technically, I should have had some type of system with a company where they would produce the shirts on an as-needed basis and ship them directly to the people. But I did it wrong. I did it the opposite way. I had hundreds of shirts in my basement from every size, from an extra small to a 4XL, and I'm talking in 12 different slogans. So you can imagine what my basement looked like. It was crazy. It was and then I would have to drag all of that stuff to these events, and so I mean, I put in a lot of hard work. But
you did.
I don't despise where I started. I don't despise the failures. I learn from the failures, and that's the difference. Some people, they fail, they fall flat on their face, and they're like, oh, I give up. I knew this wasn't going to work. No, I was like, okay, I'm going to find a way to make it work, and that's what I did.
Good job. Now, do you talk about this process that you went through with young ladies who was thinking about going in business, and they start shooting off ideas, and you're like, I tried that, I did that, I done that. What's coming at you when you're out speaking to some of these young people about business?
Yeah, I mean, I do get invited to speak to youth groups and youth organizations and women's organizations. That's really the crux of what I do is, young girls and women. In fact, just last year in August of 2013, I hosted a massive empowerment event for girls and women. I rented the Showplace Arena. Okay, let me let that sink in. I rented the Showplace Arena, which is a massive stadium in Prince George's County, so that I could have a platform to share with girls and women some of the failures that I've had, some of the mistakes, because I believe when you're transparent about those things, people are able to connect with you on a deeper level. If I get on the stage and I talk about all the success that I've had, I've done this and I've done that and I got this and I got. How do you connect with that if you're in a space where you're struggling right now? If you're in a space where you're trying to figure out the answers? So I did that, and we actually had over 2,000 people who came out into the stadium, and that was one of the biggest platforms I've been able to use to share with young girls. Look, I can show you an easier way. Take it while it's free, because it's not always free, Jerry.
Oh, that was free? That was free?
That was completely free. I did that out of my pocket. That was completely free, because I believe that as you're rising in your journey, you've also got to turn around and give back. And so that was just one of the examples of how I give back to our community. because, a lot of our young girls are very misled and misguided now. And any small part that I can do to help point them in a different direction and say, you have options other than dancing on a pole or dancing in a video, I want to show them that. And hey, I have a daughter. She's 10, and I want to show her the options that she has in life, to use her brain, to use her intellect and her creativity to really move forward in her life and dream big and do big things.
That's right. That's right. Now you mentioned you were married. You're married. Your husband was very supportive of this idea to go into entrepreneurship in the beginning?
My husband thought I had lost my mind when I told him, when I said, babe, I want to leave my full-time job, my 6-figure full-time job, and I want to go sell T-shirts. And then when I told him I wanted to go speak, he was like, oh, really? Oh, that's what you want to do. You want to go talk. People going to pay you to talk.
That's what it was coming down to, right?
Yes, he thought I had lost my mind. And it was a struggle initially, to be quite honest, because oftentimes when you're pursuing a dream, I mean, shoot, you figure you're scared yourself. So the person that you're with, your mate, your partner, if you can barely see the vision, it's going to be even harder for them to see the vision. So he's like, I don't know what this is about, right? And he didn't marry me as an entrepreneur. He married me as, a young lady who had a full-time job with, a paycheck, direct deposit, and benefits. Yeah, and here I go saying I want to pursue entrepreneurship, which doesn't have any guarantees. You work harder than you ever work in corporate America, and you don't know what you're going to get. You don't go to your bank account every 2 weeks and know that money is going to be there deposited. You got to work for every dime that you get. So needless to say, the first couple years, it was rough, but now he is on board. He's one of my biggest supporters, and I love him for it.
That's right. And, Cheryl, it's funny you mentioned about, working for an employer now. I mean, it's getting pretty tough out there working. I mean, people are retiring, and they're not replacing people. So you have one person doing 3 people's jobs. You bring and telework is nothing but just more you bringing the work home and not getting paid for it. So it's like it's getting tough to work for somebody and see that same check that you were making, a few years ago when you were just doing one person's job. So I don't know. I think people are leaning towards looking at entrepreneurship now, listening to people like you stand up on a platform, doing what you're doing. I think you're encouraging people to look at that a little bit closer. Just like some of these girls out here now selling these books, they're writing what they know about, and they're hustling hard. So what you have to say about that?
You know what? I think that a lot of people are looking at it more and they're considering it more. But let me say this. Yeah. I think a lot of times, when you're looking at somebody else's journey, it looks sexy. So when I look at other entrepreneurs, it looks sexy to me not to have to go to punch a time clock every day. It looks sexy that, she's a speaker who gets to stand on the stage in front of all these audiences and they're giving her a standing ovation and she gets to travel all over the world. All that looks sexy until I start doing it. And then I realized the hard work, the dedication, the persistence, the staying up, when everybody else is asleep, you still up creating content, creating audios and writing books. While other people watching basketball wives, I'm writing another chapter to another book so I can have products to sell. So you ain't missing sacrifices, right? Right. And I think people don't, a lot of times they see the perception of what entrepreneurship is, but they don't get the real behind the scenes. And so I want entrepreneurs, us as entrepreneurs, to start telling the truth. Look, I'm going to tell you, it is hard. It is the hardest thing you will ever embark upon. There are going to be times where you rolling in the dough, and there are going to be times where you broke, busted, and disgusted. And you have to be able to keep moving through each of those seasons in your journey. And I want more of us entrepreneurs to tell the truth about what it's really like, what the journey is really and the hustle and the grind is really like.
But, I think they did a pretty good job on some of them shows, like behind the scenes, like with some of those rappers, like Lil Wayne, those guys, they showing how they up all night. He talk about how Prince and all of them, they're in the studio all night grinding, trying to find that right track, that right hook. And I think that's the only side of entrepreneurship that I that I saw myself with those smaller labels that you could see the outcome. Because of course, with MTV Cribs and BET would show how those guys are living, but they putting it in. They out there in those concerts. They living off of buses. They're not flying in chartered planes. They living off of buses. So I think people do know, because I remember talking to Earl G. Graves about over in Morgan. He was speaking, and he was doing a book sign. I remember him saying, it better be your passion, because there's going to be some times where everybody else going to get paid and you're not. So, and you're going to be up all night. Like you said, I remember when Mike Tyson had those big fights and everybody's going over to a friend. I'm home helping my brother lay out our newspaper, because that's how we started out. We started out with an underground newspaper, and we started getting ads. So then we have to come out with the paper when we said. We can't just put it out when we felt like it anymore. We have people paying. So I know what you're talking about, but we loved it though. We loved it. When we were out there holding that paper and sharing it with somebody, man, we were glowing. Just like this podcast. I'm down here. My family sleep, but not all of them sleep, because my daughter's a night owl and my wife is a workaholic. So I do have company when I'm working. So that's the benefit of me working at home. But when I'm working with my son, and we try and come up with campaigns, and we communicate with people, and then you got to ask people for money. You're right. It's another side of it that people don't know that we probably should share. And I think you shared a lot of it already. Good job.
All about telling the truth. It's all about telling the truth.
Telling the truth.
The more you know, they say knowledge is power. So I want you to have the power to succeed in whatever venture you decide to go into. So for me, the clients I work with, the people I work with, the people I mentor, I give them as much knowledge based on my own knowledge that I possibly can.
Amen. All right, Cheryl, we passed the top of the hour, but we got started late. But we're gonna start talking about your book now, The Power to Sizzle. Now, this is one of 3 books that so this is a self-help book, true? Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, it's right here on Amazon. It's an inspirational self-help guide to empower and challenge women and girls to erase limitations and create possibilities in their lives. Okay, so tell us, what's so powerful, what's so transformational about this book? Tell us.
Well, what I love most about it is I am a busy mom. I have a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, and a 10-year-old. And that's just, one part of my life, not to mention traveling internationally for my speaking career, not to mention nurturing my relationship with my husband and giving my extended family time. There's so much going on in my life. So for me, I'm big on words, because I know that words have power. And I know that in order to stay in this game and really bring my A game every time, not sometime, but every time, that I've got to keep my mind right. And the only way I keep my mind right is through what I feed my mind. So that's whether I'm picking up a book or listening to a CD or a podcast or an audio, whatever it is, it has to be positive, positive, positive. And so this book was really an extension of who I am as a woman, a wife, a mom, a businesswoman who is trying to make an impact in the world and giving people something positive to grasp onto. It's a quick read. It's literally to give you something to start your day with. So there are 150 power thoughts that are contained in the book, because I don't know about you, but for me, when I first wake up in the morning, I don't turn on the news. You know why? Because I know the first thing that I feed my mind in the first, let's say, 15 minutes of the day is how I'm going to be fueled for the day. That's going to kind of determine what I accomplish in that day. Am I pumped up? Am I fired up? Am I ready? Am I excited? Well, not if I'm watching the news, because most of the news is depressing. And so this book is kind of that, leave it on your shelf, leave it on your nightstand, first thing in the morning, pick it up, read your power thought for the day, and then get to moving. Because we can think about it all day long, what we want to do, but you've got to act on it. And in order to act on it, it has to start in your mind first. So that's what the book is really designed for, to give people those quick, powerful, inspirational thoughts that get them motivated to take action to create the realities that they want in their own lives.
That's right. Now, is this kind of like a form of like reprogramming a person's thought process in the morning? Because you said something very important. First, waking up in the morning, you put your feet on the floor. Some of us pray, we're on our knees. But then the next thing is you turn it on, like your favorite radio station, which the one that we listen to, we love listening to because they make you laugh. And then in some cases, you want to know what the weather's doing, so you got to turn the news on. And what happens? Someone was killed last night. Somebody got hit by a bus. Somebody's missing. So you're right. Do you really want to start your day? And then you're going into the office with people who may not even speak to you in the morning.
Yeah.
To deal with that. And you haven't had your cup of coffee yet. So it's a lot going on. That first 2-3 hours, that's a pretty crucial time of your morning, your day.
Absolutely. I agree. And I try to make it, as the best that I can because, look, almost 5 years ago now, I lost my dad. He was 59 years old. He passed of a massive heart attack in his sleep. 59. I was literally there in his home when they closed him up in a body bag. And I will never forget thinking to myself, wow, I wonder what things he did or didn't accomplish that he really wanted to accomplish, right? So I don't have time to play games. I don't have time to waste time. My motto for 2014 is playtime is over. That means don't waste another second creating excuses about what you want to do, but no, you got to get off of those butts. And you've got to make sure that every day you're making it as powerful and as impactful as you possibly can so that you never, ever have apologies or have regrets. And that if you did, for some reason, if you did lay your head on your pillow that night and you didn't wake up the next day, there would be no regrets at all. And that's how I live my life, Jerry, every single day. I say I've got to make today powerful. I've got to make today count. Because I don't know for sure that my tomorrow is coming. And I think if more of us really live in the moment and live that way, we would have a different world.
That's true. That is true. Now Cheryl, on your website, you have, is that a newsletter people can subscribe to? Your free
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Every 2 weeks, I send out a biweekly newsletter. It is not a sales pitch. It is not me trying to get you. Look, I got clients who pay me good money. Thank you, Lord. I'm blessed. Thank you, Lord. The hard work is paid off. But that is my contribution just to support people, just to give you motivational stories of what's happening in my life and how I apply that to the hustle and the grind of being in business and being a mom and being a wife and how I, create at least some level of balance. That's a word that I still struggle with, but some level of balance. So I share that with people who are signed up for my newsletter just to give you just some inspiration to keep on your own course and never to give up, never ever bust a U-turn on your dream.
That's right. Now, what are some of the big clients that you speak for that that they bring you in? Now, let me ask you this first before you answer. Now, when you go out to do some of your speaking and for some of these businesses, are they bring you in as like a retreat, or are you there to kind of build up the morale? What's going on with some of the businesses that are hiring you right now?
Yeah, I mean, it varies. Some people bring me in literally just for the motivational piece, which I have no problem with because that's who I am. I love that. So they may have a sales meeting and they want to get people pumped up. They may have a training, a full-day training, and they bring me in as a keynote speaker to help people realize that they've got to play bigger. So whether it's in corporate America or whether it's for entrepreneurs, the point is so often, so many of us play small because of fear, because of doubt, because of self-limits, all the mess we're telling ourselves about needing validation from others to believe we can accomplish something. So they often bring me in as kind of that kick in the butt to remind people, hey, don't sleep on your greatness. Get out there, take some risks, step outside of your comfort zone, and guess what? You might surprise yourself at what you actually can accomplish. And so, I feel so blessed that God is just aligning me with the organizations and the people and with the opportunities that I believe I'm supposed to be aligned with. Just recently, I think 2 weeks ago now, I spoke for Verizon. That was huge for me. That was a huge milestone to be hired as a keynote speaker for their women's empowerment session. Not only did they have the room packed out in Silver Spring, but the event was actually broadcast over a virtual platform. So there were women who were tuned in from London and India and all across the world. I mean, that was huge. I've spoken for the Small Business Administration. I've spoken for the USDA. I've spoken for, eWomen Network, Morgan State University, Alabama State University, Keller. I mean, the list goes on, and sometimes I have to pinch myself. Like, is this really my life? Like if 5 years ago, if I didn't take that first step, Jerry, guess what? I would probably still be in the 10 by 10 cubicle answering somebody else's phone, wishing that I could have a different life. That's how powerful it is. Just take the first
step.
Got
out there. That's right. You sold those T-shirts, and look at you today. Now, you mentioned something about playing small. What's the example of playing small?
So playing small would be, I think a lot of times we are, we're comfortable being uncomfortable. That's what I consider playing small. So, again, I'll refer it to myself. So for too long, I was comfortable with the every 2 week direct deposit that I got in my account, knowing that I was uncomfortable building somebody else's dream, knowing I was uncomfortable making 6-7 times less than the senior executives who I supported when I did a lot of the work. So I played small because I wanted to do the thing that was safe, that I considered safe. And for me, I considered safe having an every 2 week paycheck. Entrepreneurship for me was the complete opposite of safe. It was unfamiliar. It was unsafe. It was, it wasn't the thing that most people were doing. It was going way outside of my comfort zone to pursue something that, again, did not guarantee a paycheck, did not guarantee I was going to have customers the next month. That was playing small. As long as I stayed in that cubicle, safe with my little every 2 week paycheck, that was playing small. And so I had to say, I want to play bigger in life. I want to at least explore who I can become. At least give yourself the opportunity to explore it. So often we don't know what's out there, and we keep ourselves again hostage to safety instead of going out and exploring what we can really accomplish if we put our minds to it.
That's right, and sure, that's very successful achieving what you have achieved in 5 years. Because I know years ago they used to say 5 years was just enough time just to see people break even for all the time and money, resources that they put into their business. They say, okay, if you don't see anything moving forward in 5 years, try something else. Now, in your case, how many things did you try before you were able to get the invitations to speak to these big businesses?
Well, I did the T-shirt business, and then I started speaking. But the thing about speaking was, first of all, I didn't realize everybody and their mama is a speaker. Okay, that's the first thing. So you feel like you're competing. You feel like you're competing with everybody. And so for me, for the entire first year that I spoke, which was 3 years into my journey, that entire whole year of speaking, I worked for free. Nobody paid me a dime. But you know what? I took it as, this is my year of experience and exposure. I can't get on anybody's big stage if I haven't even spoken on a small stage. I can't get in front of 300 people if I don't even know how to articulate myself in front of 30 people. So for me, I consider that an investment in myself. I was willing to invest in Cheryl, and that meant putting in the time, putting in the blood, sweat equity, right? And so that after that year, then I could start saying, this is my speaker's fee. And slowly but surely, I started at like $200. Then I bumped it up to $300. Then I finally got to $500. And I thought I was doing something, Jerry. I was like, yes. I thought I was doing something. And slowly but surely, it just kept growing and growing, and bigger organizations and companies started to recognize me and recognize my gift. And, I just started growing, and it's like, okay, now I can command $3,500 to come and speak for 45 minutes. That's a blessing. That is a blessing. But it didn't come without sacrifice. So for that whole first year, I got nothing. In fact, I was technically paying to go speak, because guess what? I had to get my hair done. I had to buy an outfit. I had to put gas in my car, right? All of that stuff that's an expense. So I was paying and investing in what I believed was my destiny. That's right. So Cheryl, so you had to go buy yourself an outfit. You didn't have anything in the closet from the other job. I had nothing. Nothing that made me look like I wanted to be thought of. Because you got to fill the shoes that you want to fill before you fill them. So if I wanted to be taken seriously, right, I couldn't go in a little sundress on a stage. I had to have a suit. So I bought my one suit. Now, what I didn't tell you is I wore that same suit for that whole year, Jerry. That one suit, and I switched the blouses. I wore that suit so much. My sister, I have a twin sister, she pulled me up one day and said, girl, we got to get you a new dress. But I was committed. I was committed. Look, I didn't care about fancy clothes and fancy shoes. As long as I looked decent, my stuff was clean, and I looked professional, I just wanted to get up on the stage and deliver. That's all I just wanted to deliver, to over-deliver beyond their expectations, because when you over-deliver, that's what keeps you working. That's when you keep getting hired over and over and over again. And, people will run and tell the next one and tell the next one, oh, I know this great speaker. And that was the reputation that I was working to build up.
There you go. All right. Now, on your website, you're mentioning individual coaching. So what type of people are you coaching? What is a coach?
Primarily, I coach women entrepreneurs, so either aspiring, emerging, or new entrepreneurs who are in like that first 5-year window, because I know how challenging it is. I know how difficult it is. I know a lot of times we make unwise choices. And so what I do is I help, again, cut the learning curve for women entrepreneurs who say, I want to be in this game, but I don't want to take the long road you took, Cheryl. I want you to show me the shortcuts. I want you to help me get there quicker. And so I work with those women to help them gain clarity, to help them learn how to articulate who they are and who they serve, to help them to realize the value that they bring to the table and be willing to charge for the value that they bring, which took me a really long time to do. And then to be able to really continue to monetize it where they're building, not a hobby, because so many women say they're in business, but really they have a hobby because they ain't making no money. So I want to teach women how to monetize their message so that you're building a successful and sustainable business that is you can either turn over to your kids or you can have an exit plan and sell that business and make millions. But I want you to have a plan, and I want you to be able to monetize it so that there's value there.
That's right. Now, they say a lot of great leaders do have coaches. Do you recommend, the average Joe to have a coach, and who should this be? Should it be a professional coach, or should it be somebody who's, somewhat successful?
A coach is imperative. I have a coach. I will always have a coach, because every coach should have a coach. Because there are certain things that you cannot coach yourself, period. You cannot coach yourself. Somebody has to be on the outside looking in to say, this is what I see. This is the direction that I would recommend that you do. Or someone who helps to draw you out by asking you questions that make you think about the direction that you're going. Everybody needs a coach. When I first started speaking, like I said, that whole first year I did it for free. And after that, I realized that I wasn't going to get very far if I didn't have a coach. So I'll never forget, I wanted to work with this coach, and she told me it was going to cost $6,000 for 6 sessions with her. They were only 1-hour sessions, and they were by phone. So it wasn't even in person. I'm not kidding you. I fell out of my chair. I had to pick myself back up out of my chair and wipe the drool off my mouth, because I was like, you got to be kidding me. Did she just say $6,000? And
$1,000 session
for 6 1-hour sessions, $6,000, and that was about the typical going rate at the time. Some coaches, if you go to like a Lisa Nichols or Les Brown, you're talking $25,000, $30,000 easily. So for me, I knew that I needed that in my journey to really go to that next level. So I didn't have $6,000 just sitting in the bank. So what I did was I started sacrificing. Guess what I did? I stopped going to Starbucks, getting my mocha and my ham and cheese every morning. That was $10 a day. I stopped eating out at lunch because I was still working a full-time job. That was another $10 a day. All the mess that I was wasting money on, I said, no, I'm no longer going to waste money. I'm going to take my funds and wisely invest in myself. Because when you hire a coach and you invest in yourself, that's something that can never be taken away from you. A dress, I can outgrow a dress. I can lose weight, gain weight, whatever. Shoes, I can break the heel. It's so many things that can happen to material things. But when you invest internally, it can never be taken away from you. So every person who is pursuing any type of big goal, big dream, something that seems or feels impossible, you need a coach for that guidance to help you think beyond what you can think, to help you think bigger, to help you analyze the full picture. And when you're missing that piece, I'm telling you, it's going to take you so much longer than it would. And what you need to look for, because you asked that question, you need to look for the person who has done or is doing what you want to do. And it can't just be somebody who says, oh, I'm great. No, show me. If you go to my website, I can show you what I've done, what I've accomplished. If you go to social media, you can see what I've accomplished. So I don't talk it. I don't talk about it. I walk the talk. So you got to find somebody who's walking the talk and who has accomplished or is accomplishing what you want to accomplish.
All right. My next question is, the lady that was charging you $1,000 an hour, was she the one you hired?
Yes, I hired her.
Oh, you did hire her? Wow. Yes. So
I hired her.
So
I absolutely. It was, you know what? Truthfully, after the first session, it was worth it. After one session, it was worth it. Her knowledge was way, way deeper than mine. I mean, she had already been in the game for years before me. So she could tell me, this is how you need to articulate yourself when you're on the stage. This is where you need to place your soft pitch when you're offering a sale from the stage. This is the questions that you need to ask. I mean, she was on point because she was doing it already. When somebody's been in the game and been doing it, they can cut that learning curve. And I attest that to why I've been able to have such rapid growth. Partially, a big part of it has been hiring a coach who already had the expertise that I needed to help me go to the next level.
Wow. So she said something in her sales pitch, besides that I cost $1,000 per session, that made you go out there to get that money.
Oh, yeah.
What did she say? So what did she say, Cheryl?
I mean, there wasn't one thing that she said, but she showed me how to market myself. She showed me how to sell, even if an organization could not offer me a check. So let's say they said, well, we want you to come and speak, but we don't have a budget. She was like, you don't turn that down. Let me show you how you still walk away with $10,000 from the back of the room. She showed me that. She showed me how to craft a sales pitch. How do you create a package that makes people so hungry that they're running to the back of the room to sign up for your package? How should you price them? I mean, we literally had these in-depth conversations, and for me, it was tough because I still didn't have the confidence in the fact that I wasn't expert yet. Right. And that was a big piece. Again, that goes back to mindset. So I didn't understand, well, who would pay me $5,000, $6,000 to come speak for? I don't understand. Why would they pay me that? I was still in that mindset. So she helped me with that. She helped me to get over that type of scarcity mindset, that maybe there wasn't enough for me, or that maybe I wasn't the one, or nobody would pay me this amount. She helped to hold me accountable. Every time we had a session, it was like, okay, let's go down to homework assignment. Did you do this, and that? And she held me to the fire for accomplishing what I said I wanted to do. It wasn't just talking about it. I had to actually do the homework. And so I took that model, and now that's what I apply to my clients. So now I have coaching clients who come into my coaching business, and they come with the same issues that I had when I needed a coach. And so it makes me, I feel like it positions me as the perfect coach for someone who is going through what I went through, because I can empathize, because I can help guide them based on me having gone through the same struggle that they're going through currently.
That's right. Most of it, that is fear. So is that's the biggest obstacle, is fear. You know, they have everything in place. They just have to go out there and ask for the business, but they're afraid of the word no.
Yes.
Like, it's just a word.
It's just a word. I tell my clients, no means next opportunity. That means I'm going to ask the next person, and I'm going to keep on asking until somebody says yes.
I always say, they just couldn't afford me at the time. Move on.
That's
next.
Right. That's right. That's right.
Wow. Absolutely. Wow. Good for you, Cheryl. Good for you. Wow. Now, people should be lining up now, you know, get the services, right? Now, you mentioned on your website a radio show. Are you producing a radio show?
I do. I host a radio show called Playtime is Over Radio, and it's a free mobile global radio show. So you can actually watch the radio show. If you go to there's a link, listenvisionlive.com, and I'm on every Tuesday from 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern time. But the show airs in over 135 countries. So I just started doing the show in April, and we've already had, we have over 5,000 viewers. We've reached Mexico, South Africa, Croatia, Poland. I mean, the list goes on and on and on of countries that we've reached, again, with just an empowering message to get out there and go for it and nurture your possibilities in life. Don't let fear, don't let negative self-belief hold you back from what could be out there waiting for you.
So you say you come on at 3 p.m.?
2 p.m. to 3 p.m., 2 to 3, 2 p.m. every Tuesday.
Okay, on Tuesday. Okay, and that's on, I think that runs on YouTube also, right? Don't they launch a record?
Yeah, every week I download the shows onto my YouTube channel. So if you go to youtube.com /Cheryl Empowers, you will you'll see all the episodes that we download from the station.
All right, I'm so excited. I'm going to be a fan, Cheryl. I can't wait to watch it. I've been looking for another Oprah.
I love it.
You know, let me tell you something about my thing with Oprah. Sometimes I just wonder when Oprah just going to sit there on the couch and just give us, her nuggets of wisdom. Most of the time she spends a lot of her time interviewing people. We're getting their success story. But when we're going to get her to sit, like, you ever watch Marie Folio, Marie TV? She's pretty good. She's a product of Oprah's empire, and she has a
what's her name? What's the name? Marie
Folio.
Yeah, yes I do. Yeah. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, Marie TV. Pretty much, she inspired me to really, really launch this thing the way I was capable of launching it. Listening to her, watching her, and she's saying, I'm just the girl that, that was working for Vogue or the Nike fitness person. When she says those things, you say, wow, look at her now. Not just about the money, but her whole persona, teaching people how to go after theirs. And now it's you. I was looking for another person to come along, Cheryl, to feed me some nuggets, because sometimes,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, and I was saying sometimes, when you out there and you have a small team that's looking at you to make all the decisions, sometimes you have to find somebody out there that you can get motivation from, and sometimes you run out of those people. I'm glad you came along, because I see you as that person, and I'm glad I asked you that question. So that means we can get some of the Cheryl and Empower Me tips for free, huh?
Yeah, there you go. You gotta soak up all you can for free.
That's right. You have to,
I want to share this. I gotta share this because I love the comment that you just made about Marie and her background. What I always share very authentically with people is this: I am a product of the project of Baltimore City. I grew up in Lafayette Projects in Baltimore City. I'm talking drug infested. I'm talking crime, violence. I saw that stuff every day. My mom was a hardworking single mom. My dad was, bless his soul, rest in peace, but he was an alcoholic who, when he was around, made our lives hell. And here's the kicker. I never went to college. I didn't go to college. I went straight out of high school into the workforce so I could help my mama, the single mama, pay bills. So when you want to look at people and you want to look at yourself and say, well, why can't I? No, why can't you? You can. You can look at my example, Marie's example, so many examples of people who have come from practically nothing, but who have developed the willpower and the mindset that my environment does not determine who I become. And once you develop that mindset and you have a conviction, and which to me a conviction is a little bit stronger than commitment. When you have a conviction that I know I'm destined to make a mark on this earth and to create a legacy, that will take you so far, and you will accomplish things that you thought were impossible. And that's the truth of it.
That's right. Wow, that was powerful words. Powerful words. And it's funny because I know that. All right.
Ooh, that was rough stuff, right?
Yeah, because I was from Ashburton, and, you know, we used to travel there during the daytime. Nighttime, the players were out. That's right. The players were out of there. You know, we were gone. Yeah. We got our little Toyotas, and we were gone. Yeah, know that area. And you have done very well for yourself. So tell us a little bit about your husband's background. I know he's the one that's motivating you. You're a big fan now. You know, what is he a product of?
You know what? He's down here in the Prince George's County area, but I think he's more from like I want to say Kentland. I mean, you know, I didn't meet him till I was in my almost 30, so you know, I don't know his whole upbringing. We haven't known each other since we were little, but I know that he came from some rough territory itself. I mean, some of the things that he told me he saw, I'm like, woo, you got me beat, and I was in Lafayette Project. So we both have come from, you know, if you want to say it, nothing. I mean, we came from, you know, really tough backgrounds where, you know, we didn't have it easy. We didn't always know what dinner we were going to have dinner, but Mama always whipped something up. And we took, you know, what we had and we worked with it. Instead of creating excuses about, you know, what we couldn't do, we took what we had and said, now what can I do with this? How can I use my creativity? How can I be innovative? How can I use my God-given gift to move forward in my journey and not, again, become a product of my environment?
That's right. Ooh, beautiful put, Cheryl. Great job. Ooh.
Thank you.
I'm your new fan, Cheryl.
I love it. We'll be each other's fans.
That's right. We need more people, you know, like each other, because people do need encouragement. You know, you see people every day on a 9-to-5 job. They just showing up on the job. They're not happy with what they're doing. Some people really don't even know what their natural born talent is right now. You know, it takes time to find it. You know,
I told you I was out there selling them T-shirts in the sweltering sun. Talking about, what the heck am I out here selling T-shirts for? I didn't know. I had no idea. A lot of times I was angry out there selling them T-shirts, but I knew I had to do something different, and I knew if I did it consistently. That's the thing. If you do it consistently and you don't give up midway into the journey, because a lot of times we're like right on the cusp of something great or right on the cusp of a blessing, and we throw in the towel, and something great was about to come right around the corner. So you got to be in it for the long haul. Like, I'm going to do this until when? Until what I want happens.
That's right. And, you know, that's exactly what, you know, that was the advice that I remember Earl Graves saying on 2 occasions when I heard him speak at Morgan State. He said, you pretty much just got to hang in there. Like you said, you know, there are going to be some times that everybody on your staff get paid, but you have to keep the lights on. You got to keep the vendors happy, and it may be $1 left, and you have to put that in the kitty. But you have to keep pushing forward. You believe in what you're doing, and it feels right. That's the thing about it, when it feels right. You know, and you know it. You knew it was something about that T-shirt was just a stepping stone to where you are today. That's all that was.
Yeah. You know? And you know what? And you know, Jerry, another thing is to really go to the places where people celebrate your gifts and celebrate your grind and your hustle. Don't go to the places where people are like, yeah, you know, I know you're tired. Go ahead, just, you know, take a break. No, you got to be around those other hungry people who are saying, I know you ain't getting ready to lay down. I know you got a couple chapters of that book you got to write. Right? You got to be around those people who have a similar mindset and a similar drive and passion like you do. Why do lawyers hang with lawyers and doctors hang with doctors? Because they're of the same mindset, because they talk the same talk. So even with entrepreneurship, you got to be in the room with people who talk the same talk, who are about getting out there and making things happen. Even when, you know, it looks like nothing is there to happen, you get out and you find a way to make something happen. You got to be around those people, and people who celebrate who you are, not people who just tolerate being around you, but celebrate you. And sometimes, especially when you're first starting out, you got to be in a space of people who sometimes see more greatness in you than you see in yourself. There were a lot of people who saw a speaking ability in me before I ever acknowledged it. They were like, you have something, you got a gift, and you can't let this thing go. And I thank those people. And now it's a few. It's only like a hand. I can count them on one hand, but that's okay.
Yes, that's
those few help fuel me and keep me energized when things weren't going right. When early on in the entrepreneurial journey, I got the Pepco man out front talking about, oh, we about to turn your lights off, and I'm begging, can I get another couple days? And then as soon as he leaves, I get a phone call, and somebody says, hey, we got a speaking gig for you, and it's going to pay you $1,000. But it's the people who helped keep me on that grind when I didn't know what the answers were, when I was looking at really horrible, destitute situations that I didn't know how I was going to get out of. And those people, that community, helped me to stay strong and say, don't give up. You've got to have that. You need that community.
That's right, you do. Now, Cheryl, now you have the same similar background as Les Brown. Have you been compared to be like the female Les Brown of the motivational speaking world?
Well,
you got that smile like his too.
Anybody who wants to call me female Les Brown, I will take it.
Because I'm looking at your picture, right, and you hold that mic and got that smile on you, look just like he has his eyes squinch, and he's about to say something brilliant to somebody that blow their mind. That's the way you look with that picture with that. I think you got on an orange leather jacket.
That was at the Sizzle event. That was at the event I hosted at the Showplace Arena last year. I was so fired up about that event and the opportunity. And the funny part about it, Jerry, Les Brown is the reason I hosted that event. You know why? Because prior to that, every time I would go and speak somewhere, I would always say, you got to have a big dream in life. And my big dream is to share the speaker stage with, the greats like Les Brown. I mean, I said that in every speech I gave. And then finally one day I realized I got to stop saying that, because what that's doing is putting me in a holding pattern. And that means if Les Brown never calls me to share the stage with him, I never get to live my big dream. And it hit me like a ton of bricks one day that I was waiting for somebody else to make my dream happen for me instead of getting out and creating my own dream. And it was because of that. That is what prompted me. I was like, I can't wait for Les to call me talking about, Cheryl, can you come share the stage with me? No, I got to create my own stage. And that is what prompted me to rent that stadium and have my own event.
Yeah, because it's cute that you say something like that, though. Because you look at him as the guru of the motivational speaking world. So that's just your way of saying you acknowledge his gift. Him being the king. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But I think about that sometimes when I'm saying, one day I'm going to be sitting in that audience beside Oprah when she has those people who have like 1 million subscribers or followers. Yeah. She invites them to this platform to talk about what all of them have a story to tell. But I was like, wow, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah. Global impact. Global impact. But I think all of us have the ability to make that global impact. But I think, we got to be okay starting out as the rookie. And so often people look at somebody else's journey and they want to be on top, but you haven't even gone through your rookie status yet. So, I encourage my clients, I say, look, the process is you make impact in your own household, then in your own zip code, then you go global. So it's your household, your zip code, then you take it global. If I don't have things under control in my own household and my own kids aren't empowered to be their best, how can I take that outside of my home? I can't. So I got to start. I got to start at the ground level, ground zero, and start in the house. And then once I got that straight, then I take it into my community, my own region, my own city, my own state. Then I take it global. But it's a process, and we've got to be willing to start at rookie status and grow our way to the top.
That's right, being a newbie. But it's good to think big, though, because I know I was talking to a friend of mine. This guy, we talk all the time at work. He's one of those IT guy that built clouds and everything and worked for all these big companies. Real young guy from Africa, and he told me, he said, Jerry, what you going to do for your 100th episode? Who's going to be your guest? I was like, who's going to be my guest? I said, I'm just talking to, people who trying to make things happen, people grinding, like all those girls on Facebook that's grinding every day, telling people about their book. I said, those are the people I like talking to. He said, no, man, you have to set a goal, set something high, far. And I was like, you're right, man. Who can I have? It got to be somebody special, somebody that I've admired and always want to talk to, and they've been there before, and they humble themselves, and they come on the show and share their knowledge, You know, and it happened too. I celebrate my 100th episode with Bunny DeBarge. If you remember, they were at the royalty of R&B in the 80s, and 90s. They shared stages with Michael Jackson and Marvin Gaye and all those Diana Ross. You know, so you know she's an author now and a motivational speaker. So she's in a position there where she want to share, you know, where she's been and you know where she's trying to go back to. So that was an incredible experience. I was really happy when she accepted that invitation to be my 100th episode.
Congrats to you. Kudos to you, Jerry, for all the work you're doing and giving people exposure. I mean, I don't take it lightly. You know, any opportunity that I have to share my message and to when people like you invite me into their platform, I mean that's huge because too many people, you know, have this scarcity mindset. Well, I can't because they might take something from me. No, we've got to help open doors for each other, and that's what you're doing by creating these platforms for people like me and other people, newbies, and you know, from ground zero up to be able to share their message and to get their story heard. So kudos to you. I'm impressed with everything that I'm hearing, that I've heard about the show, and you know, you got a fan too. You have a fan here on this end.
Thank you. It feels good. It's a really good feeling when a young lady asks, say, you know, Jerry, why did you guys choose me? And I say, well, you know, we go out there sometime and we look at your bio, everything looks good, and with no negativity on the internet. We'll invite you to come on and share your story. And there was a young lady yesterday was on the show. She actually served in our military, in the Army, and she got injured, I think as a civilian, and she was overcoming a whole, and that wasn't even what her book was about. Her book was a fictional book about romance, and it turned out to be one of the most phenomenal shows I think I've had, and there was people inboxing me like crazy saying, I was listening to that show, that was an incredible show. I was like, it caught me off guard. You know, when she shared the things she shared, and then she inboxed me back saying how grateful she was and she had a great time and she needed that. I was like, a lot of people needed that, you know, not just her, you know.
And that's why everybody has to tell their story and share their gift. And you can't compare it to somebody else's and say, well, she has something more than me or he has something big. No, use what you have. That's, you know, you'll hear me say that over and over again. Use what you have and walk in your lane, and you will impact someone's life for the greater good. Someone needs to hear your story, your struggle, what you've been through, some of the mess that you've experienced, so that they can move through the mess they're currently experiencing. And so that's so important for all of us to understand that we have a voice. And sometimes we feel like, well, I'm just this little fish in this big ocean. That's okay. Keep on swimming. You know, that's okay. You'll eventually get to the big ocean, but, you know, it's okay. You got to just share. Anybody who will listen, share that story because you don't know how you can transform their lives.
That's right. And I think that was big of you to share, you know, where you come from. Because a lot of times, a lot of us have these big fancy websites and, you know, they don't go back and say, I come from the hood. My mom was a crackhead. They don't never share none of that stuff because people need to know, you know, that they could do the same thing. You know, everybody's conditions are different. But, you know, it's still a holding. It could put a hold on you if you don't think outside of that box that you're in. And sometimes you need people like you that's encouraging stories that's gripping, you know, and I think somebody will wake up the next day saying, you know what, she was right. I need to do this.
I can do this.
That's right.
And even with the work that you and I do, like you said it a few times during the show already, you know, you still need to be encouraged and empowered too, and so do I. So I don't rest on my laurels and just wake up every day happy, hunky-dory. I mean, I have problems. I have, you know, issues like the next person. And, you know, right now my mom is going through some things and she unexpectedly fell ill and I'm dealing with that. And, I mean, we go through stuff. We go through mess. And people don't oftentimes know the behind the scenes that's going on because we're wearing a smile on the outside. But I got to keep myself motivated, too. So guess what? I listen to shows like yours. I have in every DVD player in my house. It's not DVDs. Guess what it is? CDs, Les Brown CDs that I listen to keep me pumped up and motivated, not to ever give up, not to allow any challenge or obstacle or setback to keep me stuck where I am, but to keep moving and keep creating solutions. So I'm just like the next person. You're just like the next person. You know, life knocks us down, but we get up quicker than anybody else. That's the only difference. We get up quicker than anybody else. We dust off and we keep it moving.
That's right. Got to keep it moving. Because, Les has, man, I remember one time you could not find any of his material on YouTube for free. And then suddenly he came back, talking about, he was fighting cancer and everything. And now you can find a whole bunch of his material out there. And he's out there. It looks like he's a lot stronger than he was, during this treatment time. But I think it was a blessing for him to come back out like that and tell us what he was going through, because he didn't have to do that.
Absolutely. And, it shows that he's a smart businessman, because, to stay at the top of your industry, and he's 70, I believe he's about to turn 70 years old now.
Really?
And, I just saw him at the early part of last year, and he was 69. So maybe he's already turned 70, but he's right there. If he's not 70, he's about to turn 70. And he's still as amazing as he ever was. But he understands that to stay at the top of your game in your industry, that you've got to continue to be a trailblazer, and you've got to stay current with the current trends. So he can't do speaking the way he used to do it 25 years ago. He has to do it the way it is now. So that means, guess what? You got to be on social media. You got to have videos. You got to have audios. So you've got to stay current with what's happening. Wherever your customers and your clients are, you've got to be there. You can't be stuck in your way and say, well, this is how I like to do it, so this is the way I'm going to do it. Because guess what? You will quickly go out of business. So he's a prime example of,
Tony Robbins, too.
To tell your story. Tony Robbins, Lisa Nichols, who I love, absolutely love. She's amazing. They are showing us how it's done. You've got to stay relevant. You've got to keep reinventing yourself. And most importantly, you've got to be transparent in telling your story so that people connect. They have an emotional connection with you that will, far outweigh, any statistics that you can tell them. People want to know your story, your struggle that you've gone through to get to where you are. That's what it inspires and moves people to action.
Yeah, because people just don't know what it takes for me to get this show going, because I have my daughter is 13 turning 14. You know what it's like dealing with them girls, man.
Yeah, I know. And that's all you say is, woo.
And my son is 11, and my wife, she's a workaholic, so who knows when she's going to leave the office, even though she can work just as long at home. But then she probably saying, do I have to go home and deal with her first before I get my mind set? But she's my little princess, though. So, I was dealt that card, so I got to deal with it. But she can take you there, boy.
Oh, yeah, she is 10. Mine, she's about to be 11. She's a tween, and I'm scared of the teens. I'm scared of teen years. I'm like, Lord, give me the strength. Give me the strength.
Yeah, boy, it happens at, I think it happens when they turn 11, boy. They just go to another level. And then they growing up. Yeah. I mean, she's tall, and, she getting shapely now. She has friends. She wanna leave the house now. It's like, no, you can't leave the house. It's like you can't do that, So, as a dad, you learn. Because I have a 30-year-old son that, that helps me, and then I have an 11-year-old son, and those guys are so calm, their demeanor, I just love them to death.
Right.
So, but they help me out a lot with her, so that's a good thing, because she does listen to those guys. All right, Miss Cheryl, we've been just chitting in the chat. I think we went way past our time, but hey, I may not never get this chance to get this platform again with the Cheryl Wood, the engaging, the innovative one. So, I'm so grateful to have had you on the show. Positive Power.
Likewise. It's been a blast. I didn't think we would talk this long either, but when things are flowing and you're feeding off of each other and the energy is there and the passion is there, you just gotta kind of flow with it sometimes. So again, I thank you so much for having me as a part of your platform to share my message with your audience. Thank you for all that you do. Keep pressing, keep pushing, keep asking until you get all the answers that you want, until you get the results that you want. And I'll be watching from afar. I'll be cheering for you from the sidelines, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be connected.
Thank you. Same here. I'm just so glad I asked you that question about, where can we find you, that radio thing. That's a wonderful thing right there, so people know that they don't just have to rely on this platform to hear your beautiful voice. They can go right there to, and you said that was called Listen. I know that program.
Yep, listenvisionlive.com.
That's right. I know that platform because my good friend B. Swing Webster's on that platform at 4 o'clock on
Yeah, I know her. I met them. I spoke at an event about a month ago, and I met the trio. That's so
my girl.
Yeah, see, it's a small world. It's a small world. And as a matter of fact, Olivia Fox airs on that same show. She's right before my show. So she's 12 to 2, and then I'm 2 to 3 on Tuesdays.
Olivia Fox. And who's Olivia Fox?
She used to air with, what is his name? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm blanking.
On the PGC channel or something like that?
Well, it's Radio, I want to say it's Radio 1. The tall guy, oh my God, I can't believe I'm blanking. See, that's how I know it's 11 o'clock, because I'm blanking. And as soon as I hang up, I'll remember who it is. But he's still on the radio.
Sounds familiar.
He's still on the airwaves. I can't think of it. It's escaping me. I can see his face, but
so is he on XM dial?
No, he's. I just can't. It's escaping me. I promise as soon as I hang up, I'll know who it is. I don't know his name. But she used to air. She used to be on with and see, that's because I'm so busy writing books and out motivating people. I have time to listen to radio, so I don't know any of the stations anymore. But she used to be on with him, and then they kind of, you know how radio stations do.
I know.
I cannot believe I can't think of his name. That's gonna burn me up. And as soon as I hang up the phone, I'll remember his name. But that's okay.
All right, but she's before you, and then so that's on Tuesdays for Olivia Fox.
Right. Every Tuesday, yeah. Her show is a different kind of show, but you know, each his own. She's on from 12 to 2, then I come on from 2 to 3 with the kind of Empower Hour. Always something positive. We're always interviewing people who are living by the motto, playtime is over. And just all things positive. That's it. All things, no negativity, no drama, just positive.
Well, we definitely encouraging our people to check out this show. So we definitely, so I have your book out there promoting your book, and hey, let's get paid.
I love it. Let's make money. This is a business, not a hobby, right?
That's right. Let's work. I tell people all the time that podcast is not a job; it's a religion. Because we rely on the internet gods to keep this thing going. But look, Cheryl, I know you're ready to turn in because you got stuff you got to do. I'm ready to launch this replay so the world can hear you. And again, we appreciate you being on Jerry Royce Live at PositivePower21.org.
I love it. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to the Positive Power 21 Network. Team 21 would like to thank you all for tuning in, and please spread the word and tell a friend. This is Jerry Royce at Positive Power 21, where we get our positive on.
Positive Power 21.org Internet Radio.
All right, that's a wrap.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi, I am recording artist Marilyn Dunn from St. Louis, Missouri. If you are looking for some soul-stirring, anointed, spiritual, and heartfelt music, visit my website at www.MarilynDunnMinistries.com. Or you can also find me on CD Baby, iTunes, and Reverb Nation. For booking information, contact Mr. Kevin Dunn at 636-856-0551. That's 636-856-0551.
Hi, this is Cindy Williams, and you are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Pat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell. Hi,
Jerry. This is Iowa Sandra Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? Boy, who's the same?
Peace, this is Dahlia the poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin in, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Harding, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane, is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today, available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live Worldwide, and you're listening to episode 342 with me and actress and writer and producer Cindy Williams. But before we bring her on, let's hear a word from our sponsor, Tiffany Boyle at Emerge Magazine in Washington, D.C.
Hey, this is Tiffany Boyle, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Emerge Magazine, the new voice of business. Here inviting you to come out to celebrate with us at the Emerge premiere May 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the City Club of Washington, D.C., located at 555 13th Street Northwest, Columbia Square. Again, that's May 29th in Washington, D.C. For more information, visit www.emergepremiere.com.
You're listening to episode 342 with Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org with actress, writer, and producer Cindy Williams. Actress, writer, and producer Cindy Williams has starred in some of the most historical movies and television programs in entertainment history. Her career began in the 1970s in prestigious movies like Travels with My Aunt with Maggie Smith, directed by George Cooper, American Graffiti with Ron Howard, Harrison Ford, and Richard Dreyfuss, and directed by George Lucas, and The Conversation with Gene Hackman and directed by Francis Ford Coppola. Once she and Penny Marshall played loose girls on the hit TV show Happy Days, the network quickly ordered a spin-off of the dynamic comedy duo. After changing their characters to blue-collar workers in the Midwest, they made their debut in Laverne and Shirley in 1976. The show quickly became the most watched American television program, surpassing Happy Days in popularity. The show remains in syndication around the world and has a very loyal following of original and new fans. Cindy continues to work in her first love, the theater, and she performs in musicals all over the country. And she is the author of the book, Shirley, I Just. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you and enjoy this presentation of Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Episode 342 with actress and writer and producer Cindy Williams from Laverne and Shirley is here with us tonight. What's up, Cindy Williams? How you doing tonight?
Okay, Jerry. And how are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. I'm just so happy to have you. I have to reveal something before we move the show forward. You ready?
I am, Jerry. Hit me with
it. I used to have a crush on you back in the day.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. What a compliment. Oh, you jailbait.
A whole lot of guys back then had a crush on Shirley.
Sweet. You're so sweet, Jerry. Thank you. What a compliment.
I told a few people, and they said, "Oh my God, I had a crush on her." Yeah, and they were younger than me.
Well, you made my day and my night, and possibly tomorrow. That's such a compliment. Thank you.
No, now did the Hollywood guys tell you that you had a huge African American fan base, in the hood all over the United States?
We know, we did know, and I just some of the most fantastic fans come out of the black community because they're just so everybody. It's the black community has such a great sense of humor, such a positive, fabulous sense of humor, and sense of self-humor too. And it's just a joy. I mean, one time I was at this event with Penny. It was a big sports event in L.A., and I was sitting down on this couch, and behind me, these arms came and they hugged me, and someone whispered in my ear, "I just love you." And I turned around, and it was Snoop Dogg. It was Snoop Dogg, and we weren't allowed to have. It was Snoop, and we weren't allowed to have cameras in this event. And I begged anyone, and Penny had her flip phone, and we took this picture. And I remember. He had all this bling, this, I don't know what you kids call it today, but he had all this jewelry on. And I said, let's hold Snoop's, what's at the end here, this bling. And it was like this silver, I don't know, it was like, just this huge silver plate. And so Penny, somewhere there's a picture of me and Penny with Snoop holding this big silver plate that he had on a chain around his neck. Anyway, he was such a great guy. I wish I could have spent more time with him. But yes, in answer to your question, Jerry, yes. And it's quite a compliment, that the African American community embraces us and the show, and still does.
Yes, absolutely. You are all-time favorite. I mean, people still remember you like it was yesterday. When your publicist contacted us, I was like, and she told us the other Cindy Williams that was on that movie was with Wesley Snipes. I don't know if you remember that movie.
Cinda. That's Cinda. Cinda Williams.
She called Cinda. Oh, okay, that's what she called herself.
Yeah,
okay.
She's a very good actress. Yes.
Yeah.
I believe that's who it was, Cinda.
Yeah. I couldn't remember exactly how she pronounced her first name, but I remember she came out of New York, and that was a big,
But she's an African-American actress, right?
Right.
Cinda.
Right.
Yes.
Cinda, okay.
She's very good. Yeah.
Yeah, but everybody knew what I was talking about, though. They knew it.
You did? Yeah.
Yeah, they knew.
They knew who.
Oh, it was you.
That's great.
They knew. Laverne and Shirley. All right, well, I got to ask you the first question.
Enough about me.
That's right. Well, it's all about you tonight. So you ready for the first question? All right. This is my signature first question. The first question for the night is: who is Cindy Williams?
Oh, I better make some phone calls and get back to you. I think I don't know. I like to think that I'm somebody who always has their heart in the right place and loves to laugh and likes to. The reason, this book is not a tell-all. My little book, Shirley, I wasn't interested in writing about. I'm telling you about myself here. I'm trying to explain who I am. I was not interested in writing anything where I threw people under the bus or a tell-all book or anything like that. I took great care to have none of that in this book and only fun stuff that would make people laugh out loud. That was true about my life, which is blessed, because it's just blessed. I don't even have to say why. I'm just so blessed, and I've had such a fun life and such fun adventures, and I wanted to share them with people, and I wanted to do it in a way where I took people there with me. And I'm a fan. I like to think of myself as a very, and like everybody else, I have my foibles. I have my, things that, I'm not exactly proud of in my life, things that I am proud of in my life. I try to every day make myself better by, the 7 deadly sins, like trying to weed them out one at a time. So when I die.
Did Cindy go out? Oh, I think her call dropped. Cindy, you still there? Because I think your call dropped. You're just about to throw down. All right, we'll wait till there she go. All right, you back?
There we go. Okay. Anyway, I just like to think of myself like, a friendly kind of person, a friendly, sort of person that's like everybody else. So that's kind of me. I mean, I took myself, you know how they talk about people buying their own publicity and, and getting all haughty and caught up in themselves. I did that for about 2 weeks when Laverne and Shirley was a big success. Penny and I both did. They had us in New York, and we were like, we were like the Golden Girls, and not the show, although right now we could play any of the Golden Girls. But we for 2 weeks, we thought we were really hot stuff, and it was so uncomfortable. It was just so uncomfortable because... And so it lasted about 2 weeks for both of us, and that was it. We went back because we couldn't have played those characters on Laverne and Shirley if we didn't understand exactly where those characters were coming from and what they were, with the wolf at their heels all the time and trying to scrape the money together for the rent and to pay the electric bill and sometimes not making it and having to buy, instead of buying Pepsi, they buy Blue Drink because it's cheaper for their party and stuff like that. And it just hits a note with everybody, and especially us. Me and Penny, we really, so I really identify with and I wouldn't call it like there's nothing common about it. I just identify with everyone that struggles in a fun way. You've got to look at it. You've got to look at it with humor. If you have struggle in your life, you have to look at it with humor, and that's what Laverne and Shirley did. And and the joke was always on us. And anyway, Jerry, that's a long way around your question, an answer to your question. I'm sorry.
Answer. All right, now, people can always look you up on the internet and find out other things, but what they really want to know is, tell us a little bit about your childhood. What was it like growing up being Cindy Williams before the fame? What was it like? Where were you? Where were you from? What were your classmates like?
Well, I was born in the San Fernando Valley, and then when I was 1, we moved to Texas. So I grew up, basically, my childhood was in Dallas. And my father was alcoholic, but he had, when he was sober, he had a fabulous sense of humor. I mean, just was the greatest guy. You just loved him. But when he drank, he was the devil himself. And so I had that in my childhood. And so when I wrote the book, you know, they wanted me to start there, which I did not want to. But I started there, but I picked out I do touch upon, you know, living that childhood, but I do it in fun terms, in funny terms. And so when people read it, they don't come away going, oh my goodness. So it doesn't take anybody, keeps everybody buoyant. And then when I was 11, we moved back to California, and my grandma was the first one on the street in Dallas to get a TV set. And so I started watching TV, and I started living in those characters and those situations on television. And it was basically soap operas and wrestling back then, you know, Gorgeous George, and I Remember Mama, and those programs, and Lucky Strike commercials. And I was mesmerized by the dancing boxes of cigarettes. And so I started mimicking, you know, I started mimicking that, and then that just continued on. I just kept watching wonderful TV back in the 50s and mimicking. And then in church, when they had the ice cream social, I volunteered to do the talent show and produce it and, you know, gather all the talent. And, of course, star in it, Jerry. And so I did that, and we sold out two big performances, and then in high school, you know, it was just like that from the time I was a kid. I'm sure it's the same for you with your podcast and everything, that you, at one point, you know, when you were younger, you just had an affinity toward it.
Oh, yeah. You're right. CB Radio. Remember CB Radio?
Yeah.
Band radio. That was my thing.
Yes.
It was like 7th, 8th grade. My parents got me one, and right after I graduated from elementary school, and that got me interested in broadcasting. You're right. All right.
There you go. Well, it always starts somewhere like that, and usually when you're young, because you just are drawn to it. It's like God, that's what God intended. And so it just followed suit from there. In high school, I was in the drama, I took drama, and I wasn't a very good student. I wanted to be a nurse, but I just couldn't, biology, I was just awful in it. And I thought, how can I be a nurse with a C average in biology after I've taken it twice? So I thought, who wants that? I wouldn't want a nurse. Only got a C in biology. So
you said, oops, the wrong medicine.
That dream was, pardon?
I said, you said, oops, I gave you the wrong medicine.
So sorry. Let me put a tourniquet on that real fast so it doesn't get to your heart. Yeah, and that would have been me. And I'm dyslexic and among a bunch of other things. So I just wasn't suited for that. But I'm sure that I'll go back to you again. I'm sure that you thought when you were in junior high and had your CB, I'm sure you thought, this is dramatic, and this is mysterious, and this is adventurous, and my voice, how does my voice sound traveling out there? And I used to think about, as being I wanted to be an ER nurse. I thought, oh, it's so dramatic, flying through those double doors and hearing over the speaker, Nurse Williams wanted an emergency, and that's how, and that's how things begin for kids. And they dream them first. Yeah. But I didn't dare dream that I would ever make money on it. My parents were terrified. My mother especially. She said, learn to type faster, become a secretary. And I thought, I'll never type faster. I type 32 words a minute with 3 mistakes. Nobody's going to hire me there either. I couldn't have even typed up my nurse's notes at the end of the night if I'd become a nurse. So it was just by hook or crook. So I went to the theater arts department at City College, and at Los Angeles City College, which is a brilliant, it has a brilliant theater arts program. And I learned more stage and stage work, which is my first love. And Laverne and Shirley ended up being a little stage show because we would rehearse it for 4 days, and then an audience would come in, and we would present it on the fifth evening, in front of the audience, and it was being filmed, but we would start at the beginning and go all the way to the end, so the audience got the gist of the whole show, and would always, Anyway, I hope I answered that question. I'm not sure I did. I ramble on.
You did a great job. No, great job. But I mean, you answered a couple questions for me because I was going to ask you, did you guys have any idea during that point while you guys were doing the theater, the live performance in front of the audience, that Laverne and Shirley would be so popular, so huge like that, so funny in every family's household? They glued in every day right after school. Did you guys have any idea?
No, we went on. We were writers. I wrote about this in the book. We had been put together as a writing team for this spoof movie with other writers, Steve Martin Mull, Harry Shearer, bunch of writers, and we were working on that when Gary Marshall called us and said, I've got these two parts of Girls Who Date the Fleet. That's how he put it. Girls Who Date the Fleet. And I want you girls to come over and, stand and play these two girls, Laverne and Shirley. And so we said, sure, and we got a week off and went over. Neither one of us had seen Happy Days. And but I had worked with Ron, and Penny knew a lot of the people on the set because of The Odd Couple that she had been on. So we went over. We saw these girls as just the cheapest. Oh God! Just these gum-chewing, cigarette-smoking. In fact, when we came on in rehearsal, we were smoking cigarettes and we flicked them across the room. And Jerry Paris, the director, screamed, "Stop! What do you think you two are doing? This is a family show." You can't be smoking.
You're right.
We said we didn't know.
You were smokers. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
now you guys were smokers. That was a little different. Yeah. Wow.
So, and then, we were fixing each other's, lingerie, fixing each other up and taking pin curls out of each other's hair and chewing gum. And we played them as really girls who really date the Fleet. And they toned it down. And then we did it, and then 3 weeks later, we get a call, and we're back to writing, and we get a call, and they tell us that the network had seen this episode of Happy Days and loved the two characters and wanted to spin them off for their own show. And Penny and I, Jerry had no idea what that meant. We spin off the where? We had no idea. We had to look it up. And anyway, so then they ordered 4 shows for us to do that they were going to put on the air. And Penny and I both thought, okay, 4 on the air and 4 off. That's good. No idea. No idea until the end of the first season. Even when Gary came down and said the overnights, do you know what? Is that an archaic term these days? That's the scores you get. How many people watch the show overnight? They come in with the tally. And Gary Marshall came down with the overnights, and he said it was something like, it was historic. It was like 32 million people the first time. I think it was more, but I don't know. But it was like this astronomical number, and we couldn't compute it. And it took us, I'd say, a full season and a half to figure out that the show we were on was popular. And that happened at the Thanksgiving Day parade when they rushed us. We were in the parade, and the crowd started coming toward us on the float. We looked behind us because we thought somebody great was there, and we looked over our shoulders behind us, and then we realized they were rushing us. And that was the first time. And that, I go back to those 2 weeks in New York when we thought we were like really hot stuff. We came down fast from that. Anyway, it's all in the book, Jerry. It's all in the book, and it's a real fast read.
And we can't wait to read it. Now, we're going to take a quick break, Cindy, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to finish talking about you, the book, how you marketing, do you understand social media, all that good stuff, okay? So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to listen to a song from a recent guest we had, Kimberly. Everybody just loved to sing on this Dude Out real soon. So this song is called I Want to Be Yours. All right, Kimberly.
I'm on my knees, it's just you and me, Lord. I love you, Lord. I'm on my knees, it's just you and me. I love you, Lord. I'm on my knees, trying to get through, Lord. I'm on my knees, trying to get through.
Hey, this is Tiffany Boyle, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Emerge Magazine, the new voice of business. Here inviting you to come out to celebrate with us at the Emerge premiere May 29th from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the City Club of Washington, D.C., located at 555 13th Street Northwest, Columbia Square. Again, that's May 29th in Washington, D.C. For more information, visit www.emergepremiere.com.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
All right. Thank you, Robert, for bringing me in. That was Kimberly. I Want to Be Yours. That single will be out real soon, so check us out on positivepower21.org. Did you like that, Cindy? You like that song?
Oh, it gave me chills. It's beautiful.
I know.
I'm on my knees, Lord. It's just you and me. Oh, just gave me chills. She has a beautiful voice.
I know. So I'm not the only one that felt that way. The first 5 seconds, I fell in love with the song.
Oh, I want to. It's a song that, you know, the key to a great song is do you go away humming it? And I do. Oh, I have chills right now. It's beautiful. Where can you get that?
We don't know. We're waiting. She was on the show last week, and she's talking about trying to put 15 songs. The guy said, you don't need no 15 songs. You could release it now. You know, a lot of people still don't quite. Yeah, you know.
I know what
people. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
You can't understand that, you know, people think they need 12, 15 songs to do an LP because back in the day. Is that what you're going to say?
Well, no, you kind of do now. You need 5. My daughter is a singer-composer, and she's in the middle of that right now, so it sounded just like my daughter Emily. You know, her name is Kimberly. Is that her name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kimberly, she called herself.
Yeah, well, she's kind of right about that, and she doesn't want to release it because then people will download it. You know, if she releases it over. She's got to be protected. The music business is so difficult, and a song like that, she's got something there. I mean, she's very talented and beautiful
she wrote it, composed it.
Beautiful. She wrote it.
Yeah, she composed the music, sat down with some musicians, and was kind of like humming it out what she wanted them to play. And she has another song that's similar to that too. That's really, really nice. So we just can't. I mean, people are asking me at work. I heard the show. Where's the song at? And I said she didn't release it yet. She's just going on shows talking about it, and we just playing little snippets. I'll have to talk to her about that.
Yes, you will, Jerry.
Yeah, people
that
going
was
crazy.
Beautiful, inspiring. I get goosebumps when I think about it.
I know. I thought it was just me. Whew. All right. Now we're going to talk exactly about what we're talking about with Kimberly. Now, the internet. How much do Shirley of Laverne and Shirley knows about the internet?
Please. Well, I'm totally illiterate. I'm going to invent a thing called an on and off button. On and off switch, and you just turn things on and off. Today I was monkeying around with my Gmail, and I couldn't find this email that I had with my whole schedule on it. And someone tried to explain to me that, well, that's because you set it up with the Gmail app and not the, and the internet has lost it. And I said, please, just stop. I can't vision it in my head. What is it, ducks in water that are spinning a wheel or something? I have no idea what this technology is all about. And I'm kind of lost. Like, if you got an email from me, it would be connected onto your email. Wouldn't be any,
like a thread. Yeah, they call it like a thread. You see, go by the old terminology, like a thread. So it's like everybody that responds to the email is on a thread. So it's like it just goes down. As you pull it out, more and more emails is connected to it. Just like I had a thread with your publicist. We were going back and forth a little bit. And the hard thing about Gmail, it doesn't really operate like email and Outlook, like Microsoft Outlook. If you have that set up on your computer, like at work, you have to kind of Google the person's name or search their name, and then everything comes up. So that's pretty much how I locate my emails. I just type my own name, and then the most recent stuff will come up. So you may have to do that technique. Yeah.
I may have to. That's what they were trying to explain to me today. But you can't,
Yeah, Gmail is tricky. It's not easy. I know what you're going through with Gmail. Luckily, I have my sons around, my daughter. Now, tell us about are your children? Do you have children or just the one child? Because you mentioned your daughter.
I have a daughter and a son. Yes.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. So do they help you out with the smartphone and the computer?
They try, but then they go, Mom, because I can't catch on fast enough. Mom, come on. Let me show you. My daughter did show me. I'm very good at texting, especially with Siri. And I can attach a photograph now. I know how to do that.
Good.
But I don't know how to attach things to Facebook. I set up this Facebook page. It was great the first 2 days. I had, I was really busy on it. I was having so much fun. Then I had to come and do this play that I'm in, this musical, and I just don't have time to see to it. And those old pictures that are up, I'm kind of embarrassed that I even started, because people must think, what a doofus. She puts this up and promises all these things, see you tomorrow, everybody. There is no tomorrow. I can't even access it, Gary, to tell you the truth. I don't know how to access it on my iPad. You
gotta have the app. You gotta hit that app. Yeah, Facebook app.
I thought the app was here, but I don't see it.
Yeah, you gotta move it around. It probably moved around. Yeah, you gotta get used to using the desktop. I started out when computers. You had to actually type out the whole command. They call that DOS. So I was actually in the IT for a little while for a publishing company, and the guys used to try to sabotage one another by trying to seem like try to make themselves seem like they're the best technician in the computer room, with the manager, because he used this pie system to determine who get the highest raise. So you had to make the next guy and the next guy look bad. So everybody would write their own macros. So you couldn't access certain things on the computer because you didn't know it or you couldn't memorize it. So when Bill Gates came out with Windows, I was like, yes. So you can't hide anything from me now because it's all on the desktop now, right?
Oh,
that was a good thing. Yeah.
And
so,
to get in, I thought it was to get into to go from, I know, it's just a press this and then that if you want that. And I can't remember it all. But Windows does help.
Yeah, the best way to remember how to use your computer is to fall in love with a game. Find a game app that you like and play that, and before you know, that's like a teacher. That's like an aid, one of those tools that get you familiar with, sliding your finger across and,
Right.
So that's the best way to do it. Most people start out by playing solitary, and next thing you know, they can operate it. Yeah,
yes, I've
find a favorite
seen
game.
lots of people. Well, I tried to put up slot machines, but then they wanted me to pay actual money. And I said, no, I won't be doing that.
yeah, leave that one alone.
That would be dangerous, Jerry.
Yeah, they'll take all your money. You'd be addicted.
Yes.
And it's all going overseas somewhere, and you don't even know where it's going. All right.
Help build China.
That's right. Build somebody's island. Somebody. All right, well, this was I think you kind of touched on this a little bit early, and we want to ask you about the process. Was it a difficult process? Was it hard to decide which stories you want to include in your book, to keep it engaging?
Well, it was difficult for me because I had like this cataract surgery and right before I started, and I thought, they said, you'll heal in a week. And instead, it was 3 months later, my eyes just closed because I got this terrible case of, you don't want to know, dry eyes. Anyway, but the point is I couldn't open my eyes, so I couldn't write. And it was just, so I lost 3 months. So I wrote the book basically in 3 months. But yes, I gnashed my teeth, wrung my hands, thought I was having a nervous breakdown. And especially, when you write or you journal anything, you go through, and I'm not a journaler, but it's sort of cathartic because they wanted something about my childhood, so I started there. I don't really start the book there. I started in the middle and I go back. But just to go through all that it's a mental challenge. It's an emotional challenge, and I'm glad I did it. And I stuck to my guns, and I'm a very bad organizer, though. If I were going to give anybody advice about writing a book, make sure you map it out and put it on a wall. Or a big board on little 3x4 cards. This chapter is about high school, and this chapter, and then you can move them around in the order you want. And but I had to learn that, and I learned it the hard way. And the way I wrote was not on the computer, as you might guess, Jerry. It was pen to paper.
Well, some people do that because I get a lot of people who were just released from prison that are now, published authors, and they didn't have the opportunity to type their stories up on computers. They had to use whatever paper and little pencils they would give them. So you're not the only person out there doing it. Yeah, and some of them are bestsellers right now on Amazon. And speaking of Amazon, now your book is on Amazon. People can get the book. Now, is the book available right now? Because I know sometimes people do pre-orders. Is it available right now?
Yes, it is. It's available right now. And they're going to do a big thing at Amazon in the middle of the month. I don't even know what it means. It's something with the front of the store, and they put your book on a table. Everybody buys for that position, I guess. But anyway, they picked me, so I'm very happy about that. I have no idea where to get the book. The publisher sent me some, and that's all I know. And I'm in Michigan right now, and they're back home, in Southern California, in a box. And but I don't know if you could walk into a bookstore right now. I think you can go into. They should have them at Barnes and Noble. Not
right, they will be
Barnes
there.
and Noble that's doing that. So
right,
I don't know how you kids get books these days. You get them online, you read them on a little thing.
You have digital downloads. You can actually order the hard copies to your house also, and Amazon will if Amazon is printing them for you, they can order them through them or through your distributor. So that's probably what's going to happen. Yes, that's awesome. Now everybody's going to be so amazed, because we haven't heard your name in a long time. I remember seeing Penny Marshall. She was doing quite a bit with the directing, and you saw her little director's hat, doing great work. Where were you doing that time? After of course your show was still running, but What was
right.
Shirley doing?
Well,
What was she?
I had started my family, and I just sort of stuck to that. I did produce Father of the Bride, and I talk about that in the book. What else have I done? And I've done a lot of theater, which I love doing, and that's just sort of where it's fallen, where my career has taken me, and I love it. And that's what I'm doing right now with Eddie Mecca, who was Carmine on the Vernon Shirley. We've worked in few plays and musicals together.
Oh, wow. In New York? So you're doing that in New York?
Yeah, we're in Michigan right now.
Oh, in Michigan. Okay.
Yeah, doing this show called, it's called Meshuggah Nuns. And it's about nuns on a boat with an actor who's playing Tevye in the boat's production of Fiddler on the Roof, and then the ship is in a storm, and so all the cast in Fiddler on the Roof gets sick except for this character Howard, who Eddie plays. And so the nuns, and I play the Reverend Mother, the nuns come in and help him out, and we put on a show. And it's one of Dan Goggins' shows, and it's a lot of fun. A lot of
fun. Is it traveling? So it's traveling right now?
It's a sit down here in Michigan at the Meadowbrook Theater. And so far the audience is loving it. And it's a lot of fun. It's always fun to work with Eddie, and it's a very amusing show and very entertaining show.
Now you said who's Eddie? Who's in it again?
Eddie Mecca, who played Carmine on the Vernon Shirley. Eddie Mecca.
Oh, awesome. Good for y'all. Good. Now, Happy Days went big too. Of course, wow, that was incredible. Group that came out of that. Ron Howard being the director he is and a fantastic actor, because the last movie he did with about the Africans attacking his ship, and I can never remember the title of that movie, but it was so engaging. I never thought in a million years I could sit and watch a movie where a guy's just sitting inside of a submarine the whole time.
With Tom Hanks?
Yeah, that's right. That was Tom Hanks. That's right. That was Tom Hanks. I don't get those two mixed up, but I think Ron directed that, correct?
I'm not sure. I'd have to Google it, Jerry. Google it right now.
But I believe he did direct that, but that was awesome. Now, Shirley, she decided to go start her family, because that's everybody's American dream, to have that family. Yep. I know you're proud of your kids. Now, you mentioned your daughter's getting into music. Is she going professional?
Yes. She right out of high school, she had a recording contract, and then a bunch of stuff happened, and that sort of went south, and it was a big contract with Interscope, but she kept, she kept at it, and her music is beautiful, like Kimberly's, and but she doesn't see, it's not gospel. It's sort of, I can't even figure out what it is. But it's wonderful. It's like rock and roll and then ballads, and she's just a wonderful songwriter and singer. Beautiful voice.
Would you classify the inspiration? Would you classify inspirational?
Would I classify her as inspirational? My daughter?
Yeah.
No, not in the same way. No, it's not gospel, but it's inspirational as far as her ballads. Oh, when she was. Well, I it'd take me too long to explain it, but she's been writing songs since she was 12, 13, and she just, this new stuff is really good. And when she does get it out, I'll call you.
Have her on the show. That would be awesome.
Yeah, let her come on the show and play some of her stuff, or one of her songs.
Yeah, and how about your son? Where did his career lead him?
He's a musician also. I have two musicians. Someone asked me today, do you have grandchildren? I said, oh, no, my kids are musicians. I don't want to have any children yet until, no. because I'll end up with them. I'll have all the kids at my house. So he's a wonderful drummer, guitar player, and he's wonderful in his own right too. And
so is he playing with a band? He's with a band?
He has. He's toured with a band. God, I can't even remember what the name, Blue Jungle. But, some L.A. band. And they won the band that I can't remember because he's so secretive and he never invites me to these things. But they won the Battle of the Bands. They were the number one band in L.A. or in the West Coast. I don't even know. He didn't even tell me. It's like one year he won the big Halloween contest with his... Anyway, I don't want to go into that. It's like a family joke. But Zach gets all these little awards, and he collects them all, and then he tells you 10 months later that he's accomplished that. But they're both wonderful people, and I love them. And the major thing for me is that I always check in with them and make sure that they're saying their prayers and they're close to God. And I don't care what they do in this world as long as they stay close to God.
That's right. Amen. Now are you promoting the book in Barnes and Noble, wherever you can find a bookstore? 'Cause I know a lot of bookstores are closing up, in some of your your malls and everything. Do you see yourself doing coffee shops or whatever? I mean, what's the plans? Washington D.C. Where
I'm going to do drive-throughs, Jerry. I'm going to do Wendy's drive-throughs or Jack in the Box drive-throughs or McDonald's. I'm going to just do drive-throughs.
Is Jack in the Box still around?
What?
Jack in the Box. I haven't seen that restaurant in a long time. Is it still around?
I don't know. Yeah, on the West Coast it is.
On the West Coast, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
It's big on the West Coast. But yeah.
So you're just going to show up.
I'll be at Jack in the Box.
So you just show up at a restaurant, and people could just find you sitting there eating a Wendy's burger with your books with you. And they say, hey, I recognize her.
With a stack of my books and a pen, and I'll be happy to sign the books for them and do a little reading there in Wendy's.
Oh, that'd be awesome. And people start texting, and guess what? People start inboxing their friends on Facebook, and the place probably jam-packed. You could do that. You could do that. Who can stop you? You Cindy Williams. Shirley.
Yeah, I guess I could. I don't know, Jerry. I don't know.
You don't have to share the profits because it just be you showing up. Oh,
no. They won't let you do that. They won't let you.
At Wendy's?
At Wendy's. Yeah, I'd probably end up working there. I'd probably end up being very happy getting a job there and working the drive-through window, which is no easy task.
No, it's not. It's tough. I always thank them so much. They love me at Dunkin' Donuts. They know it's me because of my voice. You were right about the voice thing. They recognize me at those places when I they know my order. I don't even have to tell them what it is. If I switch it, they switch it back. I tried to change from going. I went at number 10, which is the turkey sausage sandwich on flatbread, right, with a large coffee and cream only, no hash brown. I tried to switch it to an Angus burger on flatbread, and the guy said, "Oh no, you want number 10." It's like, okay.
Jerry, you want number 10? Yeah, when I was pregnant with my daughter. But there was this thing I craved at Jack in the Box. It was their nachos. It was the most delicious nachos in the world, and I wanted extra jalapenos on them. And they would not. I'd go, they'd say, "May I help you?" And I go, "I would like to." I go, "Hey, Cindy, you want the nachos?" I said, "Yes, thank you. Drive on up. We'll have them ready for you." And they'd have my order just like you, Jerry.
McDonald's was the same way. I was there almost every day with the kids because they had activities every day, and they knew I was going to order the cheeseburger, the nuggets, and and all. They knew the order. And the guy, we were friends. We'd be at the window chit-chatting, and he ended up getting another job, and I had to get to know a new guy. It was crazy. Somebody offered him a job. Yeah, he knew my order, and the funny thing was somebody liked him so much, they hired him at a big company. And he had just graduated from high school. They gave him a job that you needed a college degree. Yeah, they said he got a job that you needed a college degree to get because they really liked him at the drive-through. I said, wow, they took my guy. Yeah, I had to start over. Yeah. I stopped going to McDonald's. I started going to
Oh, I love that. I love that. Yes.
You're so funny. You're still funny. You're still funny.
Aww.
You're so awesome.
Oh, thank you. So are you.
Thank you.
That's a wonderful story. I used to work at IHOP. I worked at the International House of Pancakes. Yeah, in college for years and years. The one on the Sunset Strip. I worked the graveyard shift. I have nothing but, and my mother was a waitress, and I have nothing but respect and admiration for people who work in that industry. And it's so much, I just love it. I'd love to do a movie about that, because what goes on, and it's like a team effort there. And just like you said, you know your customers, and, you know, I just had so much fun. I didn't write about it too much in the book, but if I ever write anything else, I'm going to dedicate a whole chapter to when I was a waitress at the IHOP on Vermont and Santa Monica, and the one on Sunset. I was also a cocktail waitress at the Whiskey a Go-Go. I wrote a whole chapter on that, because that was something else in the 60s. And Jim Morrison was my first customer, and Jimi Hendrix came in there, and I almost got fired because of Jimi Hendrix, because I reached out and touched his buckskin, the fringe on his buckskin suit. Oh, it was beautiful, man. Oh, my God. And then it's the first time I ever heard this term. We had this bouncer, Arthur, and he looked at me when I reached out and touched Jimi Hendrix's fringe, and I stepped back with my tray, and because he was coming up the stairs, and I was standing on the side of the stairs, and Arthur, the bouncer, said, "Cindy." And I looked up, and I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I'm on your case." And I said, "What does that mean? What does that mean?" "Oh, really? Tell me what that means. I have no idea." This is the first time I ever heard that term. I'm on your case. I like that term. We should bring it back,
he's watching you. Yeah, I guess he's watching you, you know.
He was. He was watching me. He knew what I was up to, touching Jimi Hendrix fringe on his buckskin, his beautiful buckskin suit.
My next question is a pretty big question. You know, again, you was the cutie pie, you know, of the 60s and the 70s. You know, did you have a hard time with guys, like dating guys? Were guys afraid of you? You know, because you were so cute. You know, what was the deal back then for you dating? Could you do that?
Yes, I dated a lot, but you know, all I wanted to do was get married, like most girls. I just wanted to get married and have my family. But I I don't know. It was such a whirlwind. I was at work so much, and work was so hard and rewarding. But every person I met was in show business, and that it just didn't lead to anything. Yeah. I dated some very interesting people. I do not write about that in the book, and you know why? Because they're all married with families now, and I don't want to, you know, I really put my foot in it at one time, and, you know, People Magazine did this article, and they sent someone out, and I just opened my mouth about, oh, yes, I did so-and-so, and I was seeing so-and-so, and everybody got freaked out, and including me, when it was in print, because it just, you know, it just didn't look right, and so I learned my lesson, and I just I don't say boo in this book about anybody. The only person that you might think that I dated is Andy Kaufman in the book, because there's a whole chapter on Andy, because he was a dear friend. I mean, I met him, and we did date, but it's a very funny chapter about how I went to the comedy clubs with him in the very beginning, before he was big or anything, and he'd tell me what he wanted me to do on stage, but he didn't tell me what he was going to do, like a magic trick. Like one time he told me, when I start singing, get behind me and go dance. And I said, okay. And he said, just stay up stage with your head down and your back to the audience until I start singing. And what he did at Caroline's in New York was or maybe it was Catch a Rising Star, I don't remember which comedy club, but it was a midnight set. And he started reading F. Scott Fitzgerald, Tender is the Night. Or maybe it was
The Great Gatsby. I don't remember, but the crowd went crazy. They told him to shut up, booed him, and told him to get off the stage. And I'm standing there, and I'm scared out of my mind now, thinking they're going to rush us stage and kill us both. And he says, and so then he says, "Oh, you don't like literature, huh?" And they go, "Well, get off the stage." And well, maybe you want something else like entertainment. They go, "Yeah, we want entertainment." And he goes, "Well, maybe you want me to sing for you." And they go, "Yeah, sing for us." And that was my cue. And so I come downstage and I stand behind him and he goes, "Okay, I'll sing." He slams the book shut and he proceeds to sing Oklahoma. You know that song, Oklahoma, when the wind comes traveling. And I go dance behind him and their mouths, their jaws dropped. So did mine, except I was dancing. You know, I was doing the jerk and the hitchhike and the swim and everything. And I couldn't believe he did that. But it was so much fun. It was so much fun. It was so mirthful.
That's right. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And speaking of your fans, now, when people know, you got the book out now, what are people saying? When they so relieved that you're doing well and they just so happy for you? That's what you're getting back from fans?
Yes, because the fans of Laverne and Shirley are the most loving, fun-filled, wonderful human beings. And they only, I don't know, it's like a mass of consciousness that just wants the best for everybody else. That's how I see our fans, and that's why and they're always happy to see me, and I'm always happy to see them. We're like cousins. That's how I treat everybody who loved that show. It's like a cousin, like a first cousin. And I'm just so blessed like that it was such a mirthful show. And that's why I wrote a happy book, a book that'll make people happy when they read it. And hopefully laugh out loud. And, but that it's true. And everyone is happy for me, and I'm happy for them. And it feels so good, doesn't it, when you're happy for somebody else's success, truly happy for them because you share it with them. Because it's, it's all gifts from God, and He just chose different people to give different gifts to, and you have to acknowledge that. My friend Lynn Stewart, she's my best friend, and this is on Pee-wee's Playhouse. I don't know if you ever watched that, but we were in school together, and then we started, professionally acting, around the same time together, and we traveled that whole path together. And when she'd get a job and I wouldn't, or I'd get a job and she wouldn't, we called it our emotion, our feelings, we called happity. Because you were happy. I would be happy for Lynn and get to pity myself a little bit. But I have to be happy for Lynn. And she would do the same for me. And you practice that, and then there's no jealousy, no envy.
Right. Yes.
Just love and happiness, and you share in their success and their happiness.
Good friend. That's a good friend. Yeah, because I was going to ask you, something a little bit about that, like, getting your big break. Did you ever think it would happen to you, or it just happened? You wasn't even thinking about it because it happened so fast. That happens to some people. Things just happen for them.
It was like lightning in a bottle. I didn't know what I was going to do when I left college. I just had youth and enthusiasm, and I'd been taught theater, taught stage, and I was full of confidence, and I was happy in my waitressing job, and I just said to myself, I'll be in the right place at the right time someday, and it'll all happen. And it did. It happened like that, Jerry. And it was, and there's a lot of praying going on, believe me. And just like Kimberly's song, it's just, I'm on my knees, it's just you and me. And there was a lot of that. But I always felt good, and I always felt blessed, even when I had nothing. I remember one time I should have written this in the book. I lived in this little room in this house, and we had shared a bathroom. There were like I don't know, 8 bedrooms in this big old house. We called it a hippie house, but and this is when I was waiting tables, and I had this tin foil that somebody had given me a piece of chocolate in, and the tin foil was on this dresser. I had this tiny little room, but there was a window, and when the sun hit this tin foil, it glistened, and it was like a rainbow of light. It made me so happy, and I thought, I don't need a diamond or any kind of jewelry. Look how beautiful this tinfoil is. And I remember thinking, that's what the world is. It's all there for everybody, whether it be a diamond or tinfoil. And I always think of that tinfoil. I wish I had saved it. That it was like thin and pink, and when the light hit it, it just glistened. And I thought that would be a children's book. Someone has a diamond and someone has a little piece of tinfoil, and it glistens and shines and dazzles just as brilliantly as the diamond. And so that's I don't even know how I got on that, but I'm just grateful for everything.
That's right. Yeah, you sound like, just looking at you on TV, you did come off as a happy person. It's like you never heard any real negative press. Even though, it's not like nowadays, you sneeze and people know about it. They tweet it. You guys were awesome coming into our households. Gave young ladies an opportunity to see what it's like to, how to carry yourself, working girls, doing their thing. And, of course, Happy Days was the show for the guys because of the Fonz. Everybody was cool and wear a leather jacket. That was such a big influence on the African-American community as well. And I remember guys actually were taking guys' jackets back then, that's when the bullying really took effect. They think they're being bullied now, man. Just imagine coming home without your leather jacket that your parents, took their hard-earned money to buy. So,
dear.
Yeah, it was rough back then.
Henry wouldn't like that. The Fonz wouldn't like that.
Yeah, I know. The Fonz. He was the man. He was like the Don Johnson of the 70s.
Yes, Fonz. He was.
The coolest guy.
Yes, he was. The Fonz.
Yeah. He was something else. Henry.
Isn't it funny how that character and how Henry imbued himself with that character, and everybody felt that character. They felt they were part of that character. See, that's when it's magical. When everybody feels they're a part of that character and that character is a part of them, that it's that whole circle back and forth of energy going to and there's beauty in that. And Penny and I would, when we come out all week long, we would work on the show and try and make the show laugh out loud funny. And our litmus paper was, if it didn't make us laugh in rehearsal, we knew it wasn't going to make the audience laugh because we were the audience. So we would work and work and work. And when we would come out and do something that we took a shot at and we'd hear that audience laugh, oh, Jerry, in laughter, it's like a song. When everyone's singing a song together in church or wherever, or the national anthem together, you're all together. And when you laugh, when everybody laughs together, there's no disconnect. It's all one voice and one happiness, one ball of happiness. And that used to just be that was our reward. Every time we go, okay, and we set a joke up and say, here, we'd be thinking, here it comes, we're going to see if this is going to work, and then everyone, and then when they burst out laughing, and there were times that we would be biting our tongues so we wouldn't laugh because it would just be, it was so much fun. It was such a blessing.
I bet it was. I know it was hard giving that up. Now, I have one final question for you before we take our break, and then we're going to get your final thoughts for tonight's show. We've been talking to you a long time tonight. I know you're tired. Now, my last question, this is a little bit social media. Now, I did Google you, and a lot of pictures came up, different, phases of your life. Now, your publicists, are they putting anything out there, like some of your old shows when you were on the Tonight Show? Can we find that out there on YouTube?
You can't find it.
Because they're all kinescope, and they lost them. That's what Johnny Carson said. And I don't know. I tried to, because I have a chapter in the book, again, about doing the Tonight Show and how terrifying it was. And I don't like doing talk shows, but I have to do them. But I wanted to go back and research this one that I did with the Amazing Kreskin, and I couldn't find it anywhere. I couldn't get any of the old Johnny Carson shows up. But and I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because they're selling them. But Laverne and Shirley's coming on MeTV this summer, and they got us to. I suggested they have us each tell them our favorite shows. So they did. They're going to run our favorite shows. Penny's, mine, and Eddie's, and maybe David's. I'm not sure.
Oh, Lenny, yeah. That whole, everybody became successful. Because Lenny got pretty big also. Yeah, he got big.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Michael.
Yeah, that was awesome. Those people were something. They were good. They were good. A lot of success came out of that group. Happy Days, spin-off. Now you know what a spin-off is.
Now I know.
One. That's right. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to get your final thoughts for tonight's show. Leave our audience with something to remember you by while they search for your book. And again, I can't wait to, Laverne and Shirley come out. Of course, everybody's so big into Netflix these days, so they want to sit there and look at all your episodes. And could that happen? Would we be able to find them on Hulu or Netflix? Is that something in the works?
I don't. They're not on Netflix, I'll tell you that much. I don't know, but they just still rerun them. You can buy the seasons of the show on DVD. But I don't know about it. I don't know, what do you call it, on Hulu or over the internet. You can see. Actually, you can see episodes. Because I posted one on my Facebook. That's the thing I left behind. But you can. I guess if you go to, just Google in Laverne and Shirley episode, it should come up.
All right, good. All right, everybody, you heard that. All right, hold tight. We're talking to Cindy Williams. Her book is coming out. Well, it's out. It's out there on Amazon. It's called Shirley, I Just. She's also being featured in a stage play right now. I think she said it was called Sugar Nuns, playing up in Michigan. So get your tickets while she's there. And how long are you going to be playing for the stage play? How long, we expect to have you there?
Through the 17th of May.
Okay, people got time.
2 more weeks.
All right, all right, good. So hold tight. We're going to hear a commercial from Gerald Manuel. Well, he's not in it, but it's his commercial. Hold tight, everybody.
Hi, if you're struggling with your relationship or you just can't seem to find the right one, author Gerald Manuel has written an enlightening new book entitled How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. You may order a copy today from Amazon.com or at BarnesandNoble.com. This book is sure to answer many of the questions you may have. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, it's Gerald Manuel. Check that book out. For those of you who haven't gotten married yet, you need some help deciding if she's the right one for you. All right, good, awesome. But we're featuring Gerald Manuel monthly on our podcast, so you'll be able to go to www.positivepower21.org and listen to 2 shows that he produced. They're not up right now. Well, they are on Spreaker.com, but they're not quite on our site yet, but it will be coming this week. You get an opportunity to hear him and I go at it when we talk about relationships, the spiritual side of it. All right, and we'll be having some guests come on and join us as we go through his topics and his chapters. That's going to be simply awesome. Pretty deep gentleman, too. All right, we're talking to, she used to be called Shirley, now she's Cindy Williams. All right, Cindy Williams, your final thoughts for tonight's show. And again, thank you so much for being here with us on PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce Live Worldwide. Thank you so much.
Oh, Jerry, it's been my pleasure. Believe me, it's been a lot of fun. I think I've talked to you more than I've talked to several other people in the last week.
Wow. Awesome. All right. Are you ready for your final thoughts for tonight's show?
I am. Are you going to ask me a question, or do these thoughts just have to come out of my head, which is
Yeah, just let it
has
flow.
squirrels
Let it
running
flow.
it right now?
Yeah, just let it flow. All yours. Ad-lib.
Oh, wow. I don't know what to say. I've had a wonderful time talking with you, and this is the reason why, because you're such a positive person, this is the reason people like you that it makes me happy that I chose to write this little book in positive terms. And I was going to call it in the beginning, if you can't say anything nice about somebody, don't say anything at all. My mother used to always say that to me. And one thing I neglected to say is, my dad was alcoholic, but he always dropped me off at church by myself. Any church he found every Sunday, and I won a Bible for perfect attendance at Tent Revival in Texas. And I went to just every different kind of church, and that's in my mind that passion play of Christ and just all the great people of the Bible really molded me and saved me from an otherwise, my father was a person who could be a tormentor, but he also saved me. He knew what he was doing by dropping me off at church every Sunday and making me go to Sunday school. And so that's why Kimberly's song was so, it just resonated in me. And I'm just going to tell you one other little story, because people don't talk about God enough, I don't think.
You don't, you're right.
It's not the real rapture love. And but I'll tell you something, this little story, and then I'm done. I'm going to go try and figure my computer out.
Take your time.
When Penny and I first met each other, we were on a double date. And our dates took us, that's when we first met. Our dates took us to the Coconut Grove, which is no longer there in Los Angeles, to see Liza Minnelli. And opening for Liza Minnelli was Little Richard. And after the show, we were going to go back and say hello because our dates knew they were in show business and they knew Liza Minnelli. So we were going to go back and meet Liza Minnelli. But to get to Liza Minnelli's dressing room, you had to pass through Little Richard's dressing room. And so our dates were ahead of us. And so Penny and I were coming through the door, through his dressing room, and he was sitting at his dressing table to the right of us, and he put his leg up to stop us like a toll gate, and he stopped us, and he said, "You two, I want to bless you two." And Penny and I immediately bowed our heads, and Little Richard said this beautiful prayer over us, and then he's like, "Let us go," and we never told him how fabulous he was. We talked about that later, but years later, I don't know where Penny and I were, but I turned to her and I said, or she turned to me. No, I turned to her and I said, "You know why we were so successful, don't you?" And she looked at me and she said, "Little Richard." And I said, "Yeah." And I always think of him so fondly. He's a Reverend Pennymaker, is his real name.
Yeah.
The Reverend Pennymaker. But it was as dynamic as he is as a performer. That's how dynamic that prayer was, Jerry. And I just always found that so marvelous. But then he said that prayer.
Look him up.
He goes, "You two, I want to bless you two." And he said that beautiful prayer over us. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting, lovely little story. And
that was awesome. Love this story.
Yeah.
God
anyway,
first.
God first, always. Always God first, above everything.
That's right.
And he's the go-to, no matter what. And he will always answer your prayers, always. in one fashion or another. If you're really talking to him, if you're really, like Kimberly said, showing me I'm on my knees. And you don't have to be on your knees, but it helps. Couldn't always.
Yeah.
But you can talk to him anywhere, anytime. I wish if the whole world knew that, and believed that, or knew that, then it would be such a, well, we'd be back to Eden, It's such a beautiful, beautiful place. But it's broken into such factions that sometimes, sometimes you get weak and anger shows its ugly head and all the, we have a song in this show that I'm doing about the 7 deadly sins, and it's like I can count them off, the ones that, I'm guilty over here, except for murder, but, but if you think about it, if God created everyone in his image, he must have a fantastic sense of humor. And he must be able to sing like nobody's business. And if you think of everybody's gift that they have in the world, and you think God created us in his image, then we have a little bit of that he is. And so imagine his sense of humor, Jerry.
Yeah. Laughter.
And you have to apply to that also when you're praying or you're talking with him. Anyway, that's about it for this old gal.
Awesome show. Now, and I have to reveal one other thing too. I got a little bucket list too, so I can check your name off now. So I had Bunny DeBarge, if you remember her, Elder Bar's sister. I had a question on her. I had Bernadette Stannis a couple of years in our first Tribe podcast, and I had her on here from Good Times. And then I had the great and awesome Cindy Williams. All right.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry, you're so sweet and kind. Thank you. What a compliment. This whole show has been a compliment. Thank you. You're so wonderful.
Thank you.
I hope you get a gazillion listeners.
Yeah, that's right. We can use them to help our sponsors out. That's right. But the main thing is we sharing information that can help someone who's aspiring to be an actor or actress. And you talked about your children being in music. Everybody's aspiring to be a musician or a singer. So, that was good things to hear. Your family's involved heavily with the arts. It's awesome.
Yes.
You're supporting them. That's the main thing. You're supporting them no matter what. So you want grandchildren, right?
Later on, as soon as they're able to support them themselves. Yes,
That's
I
do. You will get them. Oh, good for you. And we're so happy about you. And we're so proud of you. We're glad you're back among us. This book, I can't wait to read it. I'm looking forward to it. And good luck with the play. And we hope that they have an opportunity to record that so the world can see it on Netflix or someplace. So that, bring that up. Maybe that'd be a way for everybody, to see you at work again. It's really popular right now.
Maybe they can figure out that on and off switch and send it out there into the netherworld of what you guys know to be the internet.
That's right. Awesome. All right, Cindy, we're going to get out of here. Cindy Rams, a.k.a. Shirley. And by the way, what was Shirley's last name on that show? I remember was it an Italian name?
Feeney. It was Irish. Feeney. Shirley Williams.
That's right, it was Feeney. That's right, it was Shirley Feeney. How did I forget that? Man, my mind's getting a little better since I'm off my diabetes medication's a lot better now.
Good for you.
Yeah, that lost 20
So you got
pounds.
your diet under control?
Oh, yeah.
Is that how you did it?
Yeah, a lot of fruits and vegetables.
No more driving through that McDonald's, Terry.
No McDonald's. They don't see the kids don't even like McDonald's anymore. That was a good thing. They like Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A, is that what it's called? Chick-fil-A. That's what they like.
Chick-fil-A, yeah.
Yeah, that's their spot. All right, we're going to get out of here, and you hold tight for a second while I sign everybody off. All right?
All right, Jerry Roy.
Now,
Jerry Royce Live.
That's right, Jerry Royce Live. Look, see, I tell them all the time, they want to hear the good stuff, the real good stuff. They got to tune in to Jerry Royce Live worldwide on PositivePower21.org because they get a chance to hear shows like this and an opportunity to hear how well you're still doing. That is awesome. God is good. And the way you talked about God and and how the music, Kimberly's music, really gave you that feeling, filled you. And that's what it's all about, sharing one's art. And that's what it's all about.
Yes,
now,
Jerry.
I don't sing, and I do a little dancing. But it was just so awesome just to have this talk show, to have you on here. And I just thank God for that. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Thank you.
Amen to that, Jerry. And right back at you.
All right, y'all. I'm Jerry Voice Live. I'm worldwide. Thank you for tuning in to Jerry Voice Live on PositivePower21.org and Spreaker.com/PositivePower21. This is a Voice Enterprises production. And don't forget about replay on Facebook.com/Jerry Voice Live. All right, y'all share this show.
You are listening to Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
Hi. If you're struggling with your relationship or you just can't seem to find the right one, author Gerald Manuel has written an enlightening new book entitled How to Identify Your Spiritual Soulmate. You may order a copy today from Amazon.com or at BarnesandNoble.com. This book is sure to answer many of the questions you may have. Thank you and God bless you.
And this is Beverly Fells Jones on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide Podcast.
You are listening to PositivePower21.org with Jerry Royce.
What up? It's your boy Kano Kingston.
Hi, this is Angel Sessions.
Hey, this is Kat. Hi, I'm Teresa Powell.
Hi, Jerry. This is Ira Sandro Carter.
Hi, this is Bill Powers.
Hello, this is Teresa Bobby with Jerry Royce Live.
Hi, I'm Philip Byrne. I'm live on the Jerry Royce Show.
Hey, what it do? Boy, who's the same?
Peace, this is Dahlia the Poet, spoken word artist.
Hello, this is Lamar Marquis with Jerry Royce Live.
All right, everyone. You got Robin in, and I'm keeping it live right now on Jerry Royce Live.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's up? This is a award-winning podcast with the greatest podcast on earth. Thank you for stopping by. I'm your host, Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on Internet Radio, where you get your positive on. So when it's all positive, it's all power. That's positive power. This is a worldwide podcast for growth, wealth, and success. Thank you.
Think you know how drugs get in those little brown bottles? Think again. Set in the green hills of western New Jersey, inside the gilded halls of power of a U.S. pharmaceutical company where decisions are worth billions of dollars and human lives worth less. Nicholas Hardy, a young executive at Marshall Pharmaceutical, finds his career, family, and life in jeopardy. The Farmhouse, a suspense thriller novel by Bill Powers, published by Donna Inc. Publications, available at Amazon.com or DonnaInc.org. Go to Bill's webpage at www.authorBillPowers.com.
Are you looking for the next great read? A book filled with love, passion, betrayal, and intrigue. The award-winning novel, Season of Change, by Tamika Patrice Kane is sure to satisfy your literary sweet tooth. Check out this must-read book reviewers are calling uplifting and emotional. And exceptionally great read, deeply intense and thought-provoking. Order your copy today. Available in paperback and ebook on Amazon.com or at www.tamikapatrice.com.
Are you an author looking for promotional services or a reader looking for a great read at low prices? In this competitive world of books, Writing Royalty Promotions is dedicated to bringing authors and readers together to build a greater respect for literature through our various promotional services and online bookstore. So head over to WritingRoyaltyPromotions.com and check us out.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for joining us and welcome to PositivePower21.org. I am Jerry Royce Live Worldwide, and you're listening to episode 341. That's right, 341 with Beverly Fells Jones, and her website is www.commandingyourlife.com. That's right. Okay. Now, before we bring her on, we're going to have a word from our sponsor. That's right, Reese World Publishing. That's right, we appreciate our sponsors.
Are you an avid reader of urban fiction, looking for drama, suspense, and more? Reese World Publishing is dedicated to bringing the world's best literature to our readers. Urban fiction, erotica, sci-fi, mainstream fiction, and children's literature are just some of the genres produced by our diversified family of authors. You can reach us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and at our website, www.reeseworldpublishing.com.
You're listening to episode 341 with Jerry Royce Live Worldwide and author. You're listening to episode 341 with author Beverly Fells Jones. Beverly Fells Jones has had major success within the corporate world and as an entrepreneur. She has written and developed training courses for Fortune 500 companies and facilitates the advancement of individuals by the thousands worldwide. As a life coach, trainer, presenter, and author of 2 successful books, Beverly helps you learn and apply an active meditation technique to your life desires, enabling you to realize real change, mentally and physically. Using a proven process that taps into the alpha and theta brainwave states of mind, you learn how to become the master of your own destiny. Beverly helps to empower you to change your negative mental programming, replacing the negative voice with a neutral voice, thus programming your mind towards success and opening your potential to create a new reality for yourself. Within a short amount of time, you begin to live life from a completely new perspective, naturally and easily. She helps you find and negate self-sabotaging behaviors that keep you from your success. Ms. Jones is a certified hypnotist, certified one command practitioner and instructor, theta healing practitioner, and certified silver Ultramind ESP instructor, and she holds certifications in a myriad of subject matter. Ms. Jones graduated from Dallas Baptist University with a BS and MBA. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you on Jerry Royce Live Worldwide on PositivePower21.org and our smartphone app, Spreaker.com/PositivePower21, Miss Beverly Fells Jones. We hope you enjoy this presentation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you Beverly Fells Jones. How you doing, Beverly? How you doing?
I am doing fantastic, Jerry. This is a great day, and thank you for having me on.
My pleasure. Welcome back. Your second time, your second round with Jerry Royce Live. All right. Great to have you back. We had such a good time. I learned so much from you the last time. We had to have you back. I was so glad we was able to talk a couple weeks ago, get you back, because I know you're always doing big and better, exciting things all the time. So we have to share that with the world. So you know, control their actions, and their mind. That's right. Don't let nobody else do it, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay, well, my first question always is, who is Beverly Fells Jones?
Oh, well, let's see. Well, you did a good thing on the bio, but, I'm just a woman who enjoys life, who intends to live till she's 125 years old, and some folks go, what? I said, no, because I'm going to be healthy and happy the entire time. And we've got lots of examples out there of people being older. I don't know if you've seen recently, and you probably did, the woman at 78 years old, and she's the oldest champion bodybuilder in the world. Yeah, and black woman at that is doing it, and she's made transformations in her neighborhood. She said she opened up an exercise place and wasn't sure if people were going to come. She had some people who asked her to train, and she said sometimes it's standing room only. So she's working to make the change in the world we want to see. And that's getting us out there and exercising and becoming healthy and taking care of ourselves, because that's really important.
Yeah, it is. It is. That reminds, because when you're a creative person, you get older, when you find yourself in a better place financially, that you can finance a lot of these great ideas you have. Sometimes your body just can't keep up with it.
So a lot of times it's because we're not taking care of ourselves. We love what we love. We love our greens, and we love our pork, and we love our fried foods and salty foods, and I'm guilty of that. Right? So I don't tell people that they've got to stop doing things, but we need to start looking at the amount that we eat, and that we do need more fruits and vegetables in our lives. When Mama said, eat your veggies, there was a reason for doing that. So it's like more fruits and vegetables and less fried foods. You get your meat, you can eat your meat, you can have your bacon, you can have all of that. But the idea is that we need more fruits and vegetables, we need to drink more water, and we need to exercise more, even if it just means going for a walk twice a day.
Yeah, that's right. 15, 30 minutes. I really had to step it up to, I was a lazy bum for a long time. My son, he told me today, I asked him, I said, how long you been going to the gym? He said, I've been going since I was 8 years old. I was like, I'm like 208 pounds, just get down to 206, just doing 15 minutes of walking with a friend at work. And I said, why I can't get below 206? This summer, my son was playing football, so he was really, stepping it up, working out. And, he's 11 now. He's like, super fast, can do all this stuff. And I'm watching all happy, sitting there watching, chugging down lemonade, iced tea, raspberry tea. And then I had my salad on the side along with my fried whatever. So he caught up with me, Beverly. He caught up with me. Yeah, couldn't even think straight. I was like, what is wrong? So went on vacation for a week, came back, felt worse.
Okay.
Found out, get to work. I told my boss, I said, man, I feel like everything's moving. I'm just off. Man, I tripped on a flat floor. So I went to the nurse. Find out that my doggone blood sugar levels are off the roof. And she said, whoa. She said, that's crazy because your vitals are good, So that's when she decided to check my blood sugar level. And that's when she said, we got to call your doctor. We got to get you out of here. So next thing I know, I'm on insulin and 2 or 3 other pills.
Oh, goodness.
So, and she said the good thing she said was, exercise and changing your diet will help. She couldn't give me any names of any people that it helped because she didn't know anybody that was doing it right. And guess what? I came back to see my doctor. I ran out of meds. This was in September. Ran out of meds. Went to go see my doctor in November because she wanted to reevaluate me. Found out she left the practice. Nobody would tell me when she had went. I thought she went back home because she was from India. So I'm talking to a coworker, and she recommends a doctor, good doctor. Just came back moved here from Long Island. I said, oh, that's awesome. It'd be fun talking to her. My grandmother from the area. I know everybody. She checks me out. She said, wow, check my blood level, come back, and they give me a call, say, you don't have to go back on the medicine. Everything's fine. You're good to go. No diabetes. I was like, what? They said, what you do? I said, well, I walk up 15 flight of steps every day. Because my family from the country of Maryland, the southern part of, they call it Eastern Shore, eastern part of Maryland.
All right.
Yeah, we used to eat tomatoes and cucumbers without being in the salad. I eat like an apple, so I'll be taking down tomatoes and cucumbers, and once in a blue moon I dip it in some vegetable salad dressing. I was really good about not overindulging in the salad dressing just because it's supposed to make your vegetables taste better. But I figured once you leave that sugar alone, everything starts tasting better.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm here. I'm 190. Holding tight since November. That's right.
In essence, you got rid of sugar. You eliminated got rid of the sugar in your life.
The bread.
And the bread, yes.
White rice, white potatoes, French fries. Yeah.
Oh.
And I look
love
good.
my French fries. Yeah.
I look good now.
All
People
right.
they think I'm in my 30s now.
Hey, that's a good thing, right?
Moving around
but
good.
The idea, but the idea is, and I'm going to say this because it's been written, and it is that the diabetes diet keeps you diabetic.
Really?
Because of the fact that it still has you eating lots of carbs, and it has you eating these things. Now, there's a couple of people. One is a Dr. Fuhrman, F-U-R-H-M-A-N, or F-U-H-R-M-A-N, but it's Fuhrman. And he writes Eat to Live. He also writes the Diabetes Cure kind of book. And he has you eating a pound of fresh vegetables a day and a pound of cooked vegetables a day, but it's steamed, not a lot of oil. An ounce of nuts, beans, so you can have peas, you can have navy beans, but not the way we're used to cooking them with all the tampons and so on.
Right.
I'll open a can of black-eyed peas or a can of kidney beans, rinse them off, and I'll put them in a salad. You have a cup because that has a lot of protein. So his diet is designed, and he really wants you to go vegetarian, but he tells you can eat meat, and it's about 4 ounces. But his diet is designed to normalize your blood sugar and all that. See, we've been brainwashed to think that diabetes is here forever. Right, but all it is get rid of the sugar, get rid of the white stuff, like you said, the bread and the rice and the those kind of things. Eat quinoa, which is new bulgur. I'm discovering all kinds of grains that are good for it.
And is that a bread? That's like a bread, so that could be made into a bread.
Well, I think so, but I've used it as there's a recipe that you use the quinoa and the bulgur in, and parsley and onions and tomatoes, and you dice up the parsley. A lot of folks say, you eat parsley? I said, oh yeah, there's a parsley salad. Yeah, you look it up on the internet, and it's basically that, and it is really good for you, and the grains are good for you, and chia seeds and all that good stuff. But yes, we can get away from pills and insulin and metformin and all those things by starting to use food as a drug. Because your food really will make you healthy, but you've got to eat healthy. And I don't care what your economic status is, you can eat healthy. Even, in a lower economic status, you can eat healthy. Because beans are good for you, and lentils are good for you, and all of those things. It's just learning to cook a little differently. So you hit one of my hot buttons. We've got to talk about and that's my health and your health and everybody else's health around, is being able to get healthy, and you don't have to lift weights and all. You can just do like you said, go for a walk. 30 minutes a day or twice a day. In between, park at the farthest parking spot and walk to the building that you need to do. But you can do this in 5 and 10 minute intervals multiple times a day. So you don't have to take an hour and go to the gym. You can take, used to be you could take a can of vegetables, but now vegetable cans are like 15 ounces and not 16, so they're not quite a pound. But you can still take vegetable cans and use them to exercise your arms, to do that, to give you some resistance and exercise that way. So there's multiple ways you can do it without spending money.
That's right. Like I said, I like them steps. I like doing the steps. But you have to have good knees to do that. And but I always try to make sure I take in some, the food that'll help, keep the joints healthy.
Yeah.
So, and one of the things, I thought I was going to miss sandwiches, but my nutrition, she is so awesome. I go see her like like every other month. I missed my visit for last week because I was in transition to go back to my old job. And she told me, it's okay to have sandwiches, but she said don't use bread, or sometimes some people try to replace it with like pita bread and flat bread. But what I do, I just use the organic romaine lettuce, the little big leaves, and you can stuff it with tuna and sausages and anything you want to stuff it with, and it's so fresh and it's got water in it, and that's what I do. I just stuff it, especially I like eating tuna, so I may go buy a tuna and bake it. And flavor it with lemon and I love oranges, so I always put oranges on everything. And I do 3 pieces of fruit every day. I do a big grapefruit, an orange, and maybe 2 apples. Sometimes I do 2 apples because I love apples, and that helps with gum disease too. A lot of people having problems with gum disease, and apples will help get down in there, take care of that problem. So that's what I do, my little magical diet, because I was bad. I mean, I really did a about face because I was really bad, man. I love my big gallon of iced tea. I mean, we go through iced tea around here, and it was mostly me and my daughter.
The idea being, one woman told me this, and I said, interesting. They said, if you're taking medicine and you read the warnings or things you shouldn't do, look to see what fruit or vegetable they tell you not to eat. So on statins, I think it's statins, the ones for cholesterol, they tell you not to eat grapefruit. Well,
oh, really? Oh, because of the medicine?
Yeah.
The meds?
So this guy, he said, I'm going to start eating grapefruit every day and forget the medicine, right? And it took his cholesterol down. So I'm not giving any, by the way, disclaimer, I'm not giving any medical advice because I am not a medical doctor. I'm just telling you things that other people are doing, right? So check with your doctor before you try anything.
That's right. Get yourself a nutritionist. I mean, and I read that same thing for a long time about, be careful. Like, even when I was taking the medication, they did say be careful with the grapefruit. But as soon as I came off those meds out, man, sometimes I eat 2 grapefruits, and they are so delicious this time of the year. Especially during the winter months. They're one of the sweetest fruits you can get during the winter months because some of the fruit doesn't taste like anything.
Right. And I got to have it. I don't put any sweetener on it. I use stevia now for sweetening. I don't use sugar. I don't use saccharin. I don't use it. But stevia is a natural plant. Actually, I'm growing it in my backyard now. So. Yeah, I heard. I tried that too. That's like a laxative for me, so I can't really. I used to drink my coffee. I used to drink my coffee with just straight creamer, sugar-free creamer, because I love coffee. So I'm like getting into the different flavors and I'm almost like the way you guys are with cigars. I'm kind of getting that way with coffee, So I got my little Keurig machine. I've been having a great time. So fast. Well, good.
All right, so let's talk a little bit. So let's talk a little bit about you now. I know you're really big on that, and I know that's important for our community about the diabetes because that's pretty much keeping a lot of the doctors' pockets fat, and
and the pharmaceutical companies and all that. Yes,
that's right. Now, what have you been working on lately, Beverly? What you working on?
Well, I've been working on a number of things, even though, I'm out talking to people and helping folks, we still need to learn. We still need to study. We need to keep our game moving and just learn a number of things. So I've been working with this group called the Thrive Academy, and I've been getting training on speaking and training on developing programs. I'm working on developing a program that's going to be 24 weeks, but it's going to be using something that is in existence today, and it's called the Master Key System, and that was written in 1912.